what they were.
Yeah, but
And
so
they
by the
started.
time the law was coming down on them, and we had the gunfights and all
All
of
the
that.
allies ran away. All
Yeah,
the
yeah,
allies ran away.
but there was a large criminal element, in the Black Panther Party by that time also.
Yeah, but
You dig what
we
I'm saying? So
understand that.
so so
Yeah,
so
but
so 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 they had a door open for the law to come in and do them that way by them having a criminal element involved. You dig what I'm saying? So it's
yeah, but then,
almost like they did it to themselves, right?
oh Lord,
And
oh Jesus, Jesus.
yeah,
He didn't
like
say.
no,
He didn't say
no,
that.
yeah.
He didn't say.
Listen, you don't give the white man a way in. You feel me? You don't give the white man a way in by dealing in criminality. Now you give them a way in. You feel me? They start dealing drugs and all that. Now you gave them a way in. You know what I mean? Like you did it. You start having gunfights with police officers, and you know what I mean. You gave them a way in. So I don't know. I don't know if the Latin community was supposed to stand with them at that point. I don't know if the white working class should have stood with them at that point once criminality was involved. You dig what I'm saying? If I align with a white group, right? Um, on some political shit, the moment they
Mhm.
start dealing in criminality, I can back the fuck up
Uh,
off of that shit.
the moment they start promoting racism, let's be realistic.
Hey,
The moment,
can I get my Blackology a little bit for a second? Just in what you
yeah,
just said, Chef.
yeah.
And I might be a Blackologist, right? Because I'm listening to you talk.
Mhm.
How much credit do you give COINTELPRO though, or does that fuck it up? I'm just saying because the documents later came out that it really wasn't a lot of criminality. A lot of that shit was like Hoover and them planted a lot of the criminals and a lot of those acts to just to discredit them and then to break them up. You got the stories of those guys looking at the people in their organization like, who is this? I mean, this is federal record of like, who is this guy? Or like people was getting arrested as Black Panthers, and Hewley and them was like, we don't even know who that is. So I'm just saying, maybe my Blackology is betraying me, Chef. But
No, that's
but that's how
valid.
you break up organizations. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
that's
So,
that's valid. So if I engage in espionage and put um moles in your organization to sell
mhm,
you drugs or to entice you to sell drugs, if you
mhm.
start selling those drugs, if you collaborate with that infiltrator, then you are engaged in criminality. You
Ain't that
could say,
entrapment or something? Ain't that a law? Isn't there a law behind that?
and no, these people wasn't police officers.
Okay,
They wasn't
okay,
they wasn't police officers. Now the guy that was in the Nation of Islam, right? I forgot his name. He was a police officer, but he wasn't engaged in coercing them into criminality. He was just
okay.
there to record. You dig what I'm saying? But the people that was infiltrated into the Black Panthers, they were just criminals who basically they was rats, basically. Like you got
Mm-hmm.
caught by the police, and now they telling you got to work for us now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's just a rat. You feel me?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm come
Okay.
from. I'm looking at internationally wise, like third world countries who are destabilized by moles, by constant people coming in the organization, destabilizing it. That's what was done to the Black Panther Party. It was constantly being destabilized by external factors. There is no such country or persons or organization that can endure constant attempt to destabilize them. So we're not going to minimize the Black Panther Party because of criminality or the blackness or the level of blackology
Well, let's
because
take a
they were
church,
constantly
Cookies.
being.
Let's take a church, right?
Yeah.
Let's say, okay, Hoover say, let's infiltrate the Black church,
Mhm.
right? to get them to sell drugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they put a deacon who's not a police officer, right? They make a person join the church, and he rises up in ranks, right? And he becomes a deacon. And then he goes to the pastor and the other deacons and say, I can get 5 keys of coke for this price. You dig what I'm saying? And these niggas go along with it, they criminals. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. The moment the other deacons and the pastors agree to sell drugs or buy drugs, now they criminals.
Yeah, that'll be true. Because it's not you're not a criminal based on it may be a different type of criminal, but you're definitely a criminal. Because if you weren't a criminal, you would say get the hell out of here, or
get
you
the fuck out of here.
Yeah, the police would say why you ain't.
I wouldn't destabilize the church with drugs. I wouldn't destabilize the church with drugs. I just put a bunch of homosexual men inside there.
Lord.
I just put a bunch of homosexual men in the church. That's
well,
how
you don't gotta. I mean, what you want to add?
You are a blackologist, bro. You nutty. You telling me the government?
I wouldn't destabilize the church that way. I would put a bunch of homosexual men.
No, he's saying what he would. He's saying what he would do. He's not saying
right. If I wanted to destabilize the church, that's how I would destabilize.
But now, Stu, are you trying to say you're not a blackologist? Like, is this a
problem? No.
He is a
blackologist.
So what is the argument? I'm kind of coming. First off, congratulations to Spanberger in Virginia, and congratulations to Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey. This blue wave, it's a blue wave hitting the United States, and we need to recognize it. Y'all go ahead. Had a great night last night.
That is an excellent point that I'm glad you brought up.
Had a great night.
And I'm mad I ain't bring it up. Like I should.
Man, great fucking night last night.
That's a big deal.
And come 6 o'clock this evening, I'm partying again till tomorrow. I love political parties. Is the best parties in the world.
Ross, thank you very much for acknowledging it, because by acknowledging it, you recognize that there needs to be a change from this man to take a
checks and balances, Stu.
Checks and balances. That's why I respect you. I don't like you.
Checks and balances. I don't like you. He's crazy. I don't. Right now, I like you and I love you, but sometimes I don't like you. Always like you. But yeah, there's checks and balances. Yeah. Checks and balances ain't always the Supreme Court. Sometimes it's the ballot box. Sometimes you got some motherfuckers. I'm telling you, I told y'all before. Don't worry about what y'all saying. These Republicans gonna turn on them. They're gonna turn on them when they keep going to these town halls and these ballots don't represent them winning. That's the most effective way to fight back. Vote still to this day. But go ahead. I won't fuck up your conversation.
But you was trying to get the crust for the conversation, right? Right now, I'm gonna just be real. Stu Pease is looking for the gray area, so that he can continue on to, like, I guess, make say Blackology so, it's so we haven't like cornered exactly what it means, right? So he's trying to say that there's no line between Blackology and black. Well, it's not black power, but pro-black, right? So that's actually what we're talking about right now. We're trying to distinguish, how can some people kind of blur the line between pro-black and then, just go complete Blackology. My point was we actually do have like some mapped out people that just cleanly fit that definition, like a Frances Quest Wilson, and we wouldn't have any disagreement about calling her a Blackology for obvious reasons. So, like, it's easy. It represents the extreme, right? When somebody take that pro-black and just they taking it too far.
You know it when you see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess he was right about that.
It ain't no real definition of porn, but you know porn when you see it, right? I think that's the same thing with Blackology.
Corey,
Corey,
I like that to use my analogy, Corey. Because that was actually not mine. That's a federal judge, a Supreme Court judge analogy. That porn, nobody can define it, but we know it. You know it when you see it. But Blackology,
Corey, let me ask you a question. But see, But see, but I think what Stu Pease might be saying is just a little bit. I don't like using the word, but nuance, right? What
Yeah.
Stu is also saying is, but what about, okay, so if you admit that you're a blackologist, what about with the damn when you get the pejorative part though? You know what I'm saying? Like when it's and I think the reason, I don't think he has an issue, and Fetty, I apologize in advance. I don't think he has an issue with maybe me saying that he's a blackologist or Chef saying he's a blackologist.
No
But I
problem.
think he has an issue with
When
Fetty
Eddie says,
saying he's a blackologist because he kind of looks at Fetty as outside of, outside of the not conscious, but outside of like a black, like basically he don't look at Fetty as a comrade per se. He looks at it more like you on the outside calling me a blackologist, so it's a pejorative. Does
Yeah,
that make
yeah,
sense?
yeah. Stu P stated that earlier, so you're
yeah,
spot on.
Okay. All right.
yeah, I said
Yeah,
that.
I'm catching up. I'm a little
I said that. You,
excited. But all right. So y'all go ahead, bro. I apologize.
No, I mean, you got any like opinion on that? Because for
On
me,
what?
it's just
Opinion on what exactly, Logic? What you need?
on is there a line between pro-black and blackology? Like for me, it's just as simple as somebody when you went so pro-black to where it's now just like it's impractical, and you just taking pro-black too far. That's the line of blackology. I'm saying
I, I, I
you're
okay.
getting there.
I think
That's
the
why
line
Francis
is,
Cress Wilson is so obvious of black.
yeah, the line is when you remove all responsibility. There are conversations we have where Chef Fight feel like we do this. I think we do a good job of it. I think sometimes we have problems with it, and that maybe gets exaggerated. But I think when you remove all responsibility from black people, as if no matter what happens, everything that's wrong with them is somehow traced back to a white man. I think your blackology is out of control. I think that's
yeah,
extreme blackology. I think
I
when
agree
you're
with you on that.
saying things, yeah. I think when you can't, when somehow everything leads back to white people, that's not pro-black, because pro-black is also understanding that we do have a unique power, that we do have um, um, a certain level of our own responsibility, right? On most things, not some things. On most things, we have our own responsibility. But irregardless, now here's where the pro-black comes. We have a responsibility irregardless of all of the stuff outside that's leaking in on us. So if you're just saying, well, we can't never do nothing because the white man said, he got his foot on my neck, and this and other. Cool, but pro-black is, yes, he has his foot on your neck. Now go get it. Go
Yeah,
do
but
what you
the
got to
other thing,
do. Go you,
the
and I
other
know
thing,
that you can do what it is that you, because we are strong as a people.
yeah, yeah, but
So
but brass.
yeah,
The thing about it is that people like to put that on blackologists also, that we always blame the white man, which is
right.
not true. Which is not true. Not all blackologists blame the white men, because there are nuances to this shit, right? We understand that some people take it to the extreme, but because you associate that crazy Negro with blackology, you're trying to call me a crazy Negro too. When I understand the nuances of existing within the society, and I understand and I celebrate it, and I'm not only pro-black, because we like to say, oh, let's separate pro-black from blackologists. When the root of blackologists, before the term blackologist existed, I would be called pro-black, right? Martin will be called pro-black. People who every opportunity they get celebrate the blackness will be called pro-black.
Are we saying that Martin Luther King is a blackologist?
I'm saying I said it.
He is. He is.
He is.
Oh no.
Yeah, he is. He is. And if you look at his
Okay.
work and look at how he talks, he every opportunity Martin got. If he was in a church, if the thing wasn't about black people, he'd be talking about black people. every time, everywhere, every place.
Francis Cress Welsing and Martin Luther King cannot be in the same category.
Yeah, and
Of
then
course, it
also,
can be.
but in his actions, but in Martin Luther King's
Dang.
actions and his writings, it
He
took a
was a
little while
blackologist.
for people to get it. No, I get that, but one of the things that the pejorative version of blackologists are, you Martin Luther King was focused on humanity.
But the
So no.
blackologist focus
Listen,
on
listen what I'm
humanity.
saying. Listen what I'm saying. If he was a blackologist, hold on. If he was a blackologist, then he wouldn't have done. He would have done the Poor Negroes March instead of the Poor People's March. He cared about people. Even in the civil rights movement, he didn't say when a white person wanted to help, you can't. Not like Malcolm. Malcolm told white. NOI was telling white people like, what can you? I don't know how true that was in the movie, but I would assume something similar to that happened based on what their actual real world practice was. If a white person said, "How can I help the movement?" and they would literally tell white people, "What can you? What can we?" A white person would ask them, "What can I do for you?" Nothing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, stop being
I
white.
understand
That's
what you're
probably what they
saying.
wanted to
Yeah,
say.
but
But Martin
what you
Luther
do?
King he worked with white people. He worked with
Yeah,
Jews.
yeah, he had white allies and he had Jewish allies.
No, he
But
had
did he
white
have white
partners, like
partners?
business partners. Yeah, he had
They
white
were
business
allies.
partners. He
They were
had
never
white.
partners.
No,
They were
they were.
never
Who do you
partners.
think funded this? Wait, how do you think the march? How do you think all of this? Not all of it, but how do you think that a large portion of this was paid for? We partnered with white people financially also, not just whatever. Like a lot of some of this shit was bought and paid for. How did these lawyers? Some of this lawyers, the lawyer work was pro bono.
Then ask him the number again.
Millions of probably thousands of hours of law. That's millions of dollars. Pro bono.
Yeah, because they were allies.
Well, if it's
He used
financial, y'all
allies.
business partners.
No, they were allies. He used allies. We use allies. They were
Okay,
never his
I
partners.
mean, I don't want to. Yeah, we don't got to
You have,
do
no,
minutes.
no.
Okay,
It's a nuance between it. As allies, as soon as shit hit the fan, allies tend to disappear. Partners stick around. He had
okay, but
allies.
He
right.
might
But when
not
the
be
shit
doing it
hit the,
intentionally, but that was
yeah,
very semantical.
but when the
Yeah,
shit
but
hit the
Carl,
fan, Stu. Hold on, Stu, stay right there. When the shit hit the fan, though, Stu, they a lot of these people stepped up too. You remember
you're
Mississippi
right.
Burning? That wasn't just a movie. When Mississippi Burning, that was real. They stepped up also. Yes, it was also to find one of their own, but like that's a part of the civil rights movement people don't really talk about. The amount of law and legality that was not there was no one got paid for that.
All right. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. If
Okay.
I'm going to use Patrice O'Neill now and that joke about black men on a boat and Nancy Holloway. Nancy
What's the joke?
Holloway. Yeah, it was a joke. Let's say if during that drive that was all black boys in the car, do you think that the resources that was extended to find them would have been the same?
No.
All right, that means they were allies. They
No,
weren't partners.
I don't. But I don't think. No. I don't think the resource. I don't think the resources. I don't think the resources. I don't think the resources were dependent on the allies. The
Of course
federal
it was.
government. The federal government. You gotta. When these stories hit the world and they go to these other places and this that, and the other. When these stories hit the world, it does help. And I'm pretty sure even Martin and them knew.
All right.
I'm pretty sure they knew. Hold on. Let me just say this. That I'm pretty sure that they knew that it did help, sad to say, rest in peace, that it was also a young Jewish boy that was
Right.
murdered with those two black boys, not just for their allies, just for the media, just for
Right.
the news.
Because
The white
I,
person in Bensonhurst, when they're talking about two black boys and a Jewish boy are missing, of course it's gonna get more eyes on the situation. But
right.
it's also no different than Mamie Till leaving the casket open on Emmett Till. Sometimes you gotta spark emotion in somebody for someone to act.
But the comparison that you just made is totally different. I understand why you made it. But the sacrifice is made by Mother Till. And I refer to her as Mother Till.
Mother
Because
Till, that's
she,
fine.
because she did something that every mother can understand but cannot do. The sacrifice that she made, the pain that she overlooked just to display her son under those
Mm-hmm.
conditions took
Mm-hmm.
strength. If you can call Mother Teresa Mother Teresa, you can call Emmett Till Mother Till. That's how I
Okay.
use it. You understand?
Okay.
So I'm not
I like that.
disparaging
I'll use
in,
that going forward. I like that.
in any way, right? So, but when you look at what was happening, because even today, the disappearance of black girls within Georgia, thousands of black girls disappear every day within Georgia. Black children disappear, and it is not highlighted because they're black. And we know that for a fact.
Yeah,
That's why
I agree with
Blackology
that.
come into play. That's how my Blackology come into play. But
But
if
would you also say that the reason why they're not highlighted isn't just all white people too? Like black
no,
people, we're
yeah,
not
white people
highlighting it
disappear.
ourselves.
Right. We're not highlighting it. And I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. That's why Blackology has to come into play. That is why we now have to constantly be speaking about these children who have disappeared so that it become a part of our psyche. That is what Blackology is about, you
So
know.
would you say,
That,
all right, so I'm trying to understand you. So you're saying sometimes um the apathy of black people,
mm,
the apathy of blacks across the world,
mm,
we do need a couple of extreme some people that are more extreme or more have more vigor in their blackology in order to make up for the apathy of the whole.
beautiful.
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me.
That's
I
why
don't have
I
no.
call you. That's why I call you a Blackology because you do that,
Yeah.
and you can't deny that you do that. That's why I call you a Blackologist.
Oh no, I don't doubt that I'm a blackologist. I was just fucking with pause. I was just fucking with
But
um
you can
what the
call me
fuck
a
is Chef's
Blackologist.
name? Chef. I
But
just said what the fuck is Chef's name? I was just fucking with Chef. I know I'm a blackologist. And Freddie, I rejected it too when Freddie said it. When Freddie called me a blackologist, I rejected it because it was like, yeah, but what you trying to say? You know what I'm saying? But then again, he explained it, and I was like, all right, cool. I can't argue that. I think when y'all call, but see, I would also say when you say, here you go, JJ 7000, morning to you, brother. Um, you've just been called a pseudo, Stupies. I think I'm gonna go on a campaign to remove the word pseudo from conversation, bro. Do y'all use the word pseudo in y'all real life, like outside of the internet?
No.
I think it should. I think we can get rid of that word at this point, especially based on
That
yesterday.
Inky video that he posted about Unc is a pseudo. Like I don't think he can call anybody pseudo no more. Like I think he did clearly then boxed himself in. Right?
Yeah,
That was crazy. Like
I think the era. I just think the era is over. I think the whole. Maybe
yeah,
we
the
need to
pseudo
find
killers
another
need to
term.
there's no more pseudo killing. Like is you know what I mean? Everybody has levels of pseudoisms in them. You
Yeah,
dig what I'm
you know what's
saying?
funny, Chef? That's
So
the
it's
realization I
gay.
came to. I think that's the realization I've come to that. JJ, somebody get JJ in the server. He up causing trouble. Stupies is a pseudo. Chef, where you find this guy? Where the damn link? This misinformation got to stop. You got to join the Discord, JJ.
You realize I'm in the support country,
Yeah.
right?
You got to join the Discord.
You finna bring JJ crazy.
No, you know what? I like
You
JJ
finna
because
be
at least
fun.
I like JJ at a
Yeah,
bare
shout out to JJ.
minimum. He stand on his square. He create his own stuff. Like I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. He stands on his own square in the face of. He be fighting like 100 people, and then y'all are called
Yeah.
not y'all, but people will call him crazy But from what I've seen,
Yeah,
shit, when you fighting 5,000 people and it's just you and 2 people, shit,
yeah.
you better have some
Hey,
energy.
I'm just joking. Shout out to that brother. Yeah,
Yeah, shout out to you. But
go on
yeah,
ahead.
I've been wanting to get JJ in a debate because he likes to debate. I think he has his own debate league or something like that. But I've been wanting to get him into these debates, these paid debates. But yeah, I think now at this point, because the only way that really works is kind of like how the church has an issue. Sometimes the church's biggest issue, Chef, is the pastor. Because that's some people look at him not as human, they look at him as a representation. And when he falls, there's this thing going on in the black churches across the country now, funniest thing ever, where when these pastors are getting caught doing adultery, I don't know if y'all seen this. Well, y'all probably don't in these circles, but when these pastors get caught with this is Brass, JJ. Let me send a link to him. When these pastors get caught with adultery, they're taking leaves, like the CEOs of corporations and shit. And it's like they're they're doing like public rehabilitation and they got to sit out with the church and they can't sit up in the pulpit. And then like months later, when they've been healed of their adulterous spirit, they're now allowed to preach again. They're doing large ceremonies and creating events around. It's the wildest thing I've ever seen. It's one of the wild. It's just insane.
Yeah,
But
I'm not familiar with that. So they're just ostracizing the pastor for putting him on exile for a few months and then bringing him back with a celebration.
Yeah, like if you get caught being like say you're a pastor of a large church and you get caught like with another woman or with whatever you do, and what they're doing is you're being basically they call a church meeting, and in front of the church you got to admit what you did. You have to it's wild. Y'all don't see it because I see these things because my algorithm is fairly religious, and you see like they're in front of the church and they're saying I've stepped out on my wife, and the first lady is standing right there, and he commits it, and then he says then somebody comes in or he comes in, he says I got to step down from my post for a few months. And then all of a sudden somebody else is the pastor. This person's now at a rehab or studying, whatever, adultery, or I don't know. But miraculously in like 3 months, they're healed from adultery. And then they have this big ceremony, and then he gets to preach again. But the crazy part about it, like all of that is kind of within realm, but the weird part is like there's some pastors that have done this 5 and 6 times, bro, at the same church. Like been suspended, had to come back. Been suspended, had to come back. Been suspended, like almost like a sports team or something. Craziest shit you ever seen. But that's off the subject. But hopefully, Logic, you got your answer about Blackology. I tend to change the conversation sometimes when we be talking about it. Yeah.
Well, I still don't think it's totally flushed out because I still don't call you a blackologist, but I guess you call yourself one. So I mean,
Well,
No,
I mean, I feel like I tried to get in front of that because we all are blackologists in certain conversations, right? So just in that statement, I'm acknowledging that it's not completely negative. I'm including myself in it, right? I understand that it's more of a sentiment rather than like a concrete definition. And I keep saying it, and maybe nobody like relating to it, but it's got to represent some sort of a line where people are taking pro-black too far. I mean, that's just a simple way to put it. Like, that could be, you could nuance that shit to death, but I'm definitely not saying pro-black is blackology. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? There's got to be some kind of a line there between Francis Cress Welsing and Martin Luther King, like that. You know what I'm saying? There's got to
Yeah.
be some kind of line.
But there are
I mean,
times,
I think
Logic,
so.
to challenge that theory, though. I think it is negative, though, because there are times when I don't care about, and Chef does it too. And I think Chef would say it's negative or it's unrealistic. There are times when I I don't give a damn. When we talk about the homeless people, I don't give homeless people money on purpose, and I know it's wrong. I know that that's not a love of
Okay.
humanity. You know what I'm
You might
saying?
be a
Like I know that I
Blackology.
know
Okay.
that that's negative. You know what I'm saying? Like when I got people in my family that date white women, I immediately have sometimes felt averse to it when I see it and look at it like it's disgusting. That's Blackology. I don't bro. I told you when I saw Muhammad Ali's grandson and he looked like a white man, I was fucking immediately furious. I know I'm a negative. Listen. I'm the pejorative Blackologist, and I'm
But
the regular
whatever you're
Blackologist
doing,
too.
whatever you're doing can't be the same thing as what Francis Cress Welsing.
But why do you keep talking
I don't
about
think.
Francis Cress? I'm not a scientist.
I'm saying Francis Cress
Yeah, I'm
Welsing
not a.
because she is a
She
clear.
wasn't a
I,
scientist.
This is
I
a
I
clear
don't
person
know,
that we.
Logic. I don't know, Logic. Stepping over the white homeless.
DQ, yo.
I don't
Sometimes,
know.
I know DQ
Nah.
listens to us talk. I know sometimes we got to sound absolutely fucking insane to somebody that's not talking but just listening to what we saying.
I love Logic. Logic drilling this point. He
Yeah,
said, but
nigga went straight to Francis Cress Welsing every time.
this Logic boy, don't keep
Oh,
playing.
and he gonna stay right there too. But listen, you a Blackologist, but
Yeah.
you ain't like Francis FC Dub.
Right.
You ain't
You
like
ain't,
her.
yeah. Come on now. I'm at
But
least
that's
trying to get you to
crazy
acknowledge
though.
some kind of a scale, bro.
But
At
Logic,
least
you know
now
how
acknowledge
crazy
that.
that is?
Why
You
would that
feel
be
what do
crazy?
you that I don't give white homeless people money? That's insane.
That's
That is
what
not
I'm saying.
insane.
How do we skip over?
That
That's fucking
is not
insane.
insane, bro.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
This is
logic.
not.
This is
I'm gonna go
logic
with.
right
I'm
now.
gonna go with that's a preference. And there's a
No
difference between
fucking
having a
preference.
preference and being.
Ain't no goddamn
Oh
preference.
shit. Ain't
No,
no
that's
fucking
a preference, bro. That's a
Nah, bro,
preference.
that ain't no preference. That's insane, bro.
I'm gonna
That's
get at. I'm gonna get at to a preference.
Borderline bigotry.
yeah,
Right,
like, come on.
right.
You know how many
Exactly.
times I tell y'all?
Hey, can I say
That's why I
something
say,
here, Brad? I
go
do the
ahead.
same thing. I do the same
That's
thing,
that
Brad.
Hold
homeless
on, hold on, hold
person,
on.
Listen,
right? Which you will absolutely make a business partnership with that person if he wasn't homeless. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
don't
but
make sense, Blackology.
Logic,
I was just
logic,
saying,
logic,
I do the
logic.
same thing with.
Howard,
Go ahead.
hold on, brothers. Howard was when people
Yeah,
don't
I was
talk
just gonna
much and
say.
they do, we gotta let them get in the conversation.
Yeah, I
Go
was
ahead.
just gonna say I do the same thing, Brass. I do not give a homeless white person money because I feel you in this white damn world in this white nation, and you done fail this goddamn part, and you're a sorry motherfucker.
It's
You
the
Yo,
don't
most
deserve it.
movie joke.
I simplified it into some Howard. I simplified it into something way more ignorant. And I think and bro, and this is why I know it's wrong. I look at them, and the only thing I can think in my head is, how the fuck did you fuck up all that white
You
privilege, bro?
White
I knew it
skin.
was coming. I knew it was
Bro,
coming.
do you know? And then here comes the real Blackology. My thing is, well, if I had all that motherfucking white privilege, do you know what I would do with that? Do you know how much further I would be with that? Just this color of your skin alone in this United States. Do you know what I would be able just doing what I'm doing now? Do you know how much further I would be with just that? How many man, please? So no, hell no, bro. Hell no. You fucked up. If you had that white privilege and you fucked that shit up, hey man.
Amen. That's like
Hey,
amen.
what my man? What, hey,
All
what's
right.
my man from Atlanta? What he say? Got to see it through, my boy.
Yeah,
Got to say it too, okay?
You
let
got,
me
you
big up
got to
Howard. Let
see
me
it.
big up Howard, please. It's a long
Y'all
time.
niggas is horrible.
Got to see it through. Hey, hold on. I know you understand it. Sometimes I just say it a little different. Got to see it through, my boy. Whatever path you on, hey, you still got that privilege. Got to see it through, though.
Look.
Can't help you
I,
back up.
I,
And I know
I
that's
look at
inhumane, and I know it's negative.
yeah. I look at Blackology like how I look at the N word. Not everybody can call me it. Not everybody can call me it. No coon can call me a Blackologist. That's how I look at it. Am I bad for saying that? I don't care. But no coon can call me, right?
So,
That's a,
so,
okay. That's a stand.
okay, yeah.
But there's a second.
Y'all remember that conversation we was having with Anathema where he was the coon, right? Where he was talking about the new
shackle.
black, the new Negro, and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Or
He
the
actually,
shackle conversation.
like, well, not the shackle part, but like historically, historically, what he's saying actually, like, it kind of lines up. I just don't believe him. You feel what I'm saying? I fuss with
Line
ChatGPT
up.
about that, but at the same time, I'm not going to agree to that. I'm not going to agree
I see what you're
that
saying.
black people, if they had the opportunity to speak out and, you know what I'm saying, that they could speak publicly the way that they wanted to, that they might not have had a different opinion about minstrel shows. But at the same time, because of the time period, they might not have been able to speak the way they wanted to speak about it. Right?
They did. But they did. Yes.
Some of them did. No, some of them did.
Okay.
Some of them did, but to the extent of, was there a time where minstrel shows was widely looked at as a bad thing? He might kind of not be all the way wrong by that.
Then why you said some of them did?
Either the large majority of people weren't able to speak on it, or they actually had some sort of, I don't know about agreement with it, but the ChatGPT says that some people looked at it as they were happy to have a way into entertainment. Now, I don't believe that, but I mean, I'm reading what agreed with him. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to take the side. I think black people were smarter than that. Forget what I read. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn what it said. That's me being Blackologist.
Don't forget though, Logic. His conversation was a little deep because he was talking also about the Burr Rabbit and the shiftless Negro, like fooling the white person to not work, like, so he was being so it wasn't just like people were liking minstrel shows. It was a little deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, I'm just saying all that aside, that you might could make the case for he wasn't completely out of his mind, what he was saying. Like, historically. That's all I'm saying.
right.
I don't agree with it. But I'm
I am
saying that
saying that.
Historically, the argument, it could have something to it. I just don't. I'm just not. It's not. It's not resonating with me. I'm gonna choose to put my Blackology right there. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm a Blackologist at times. You get what I'm saying? So I don't think that it's completely negative, especially not on all occasions. But whatever form of Blackology I would perform, it's nowhere near the Francis Cress Welsh shit, right? So that's kind of, I'm getting back there because that's a clear person that we don't have to argue that took pro-black too far.
And I would say she didn't take it. And I would say she didn't take it far enough. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong that you swim in the baby pool and I swim in the shark tank. I don't have a problem with that. But you're swimming. As long as you're swimming, I'm all right with you. It's not all of us can swim in the shark tank. I can swim in the shark tank and you can swim in the baby pool. I don't have a problem with that. But sometimes Blackologist is necessary. It is a necessary component of what people are facing. And I'm not minimizing them because of that. I will laugh and agree with you on Francis Cress Wilson in this group. But if a group of white people ever open their mouth and utter something negative about her, that's when I got into the talk tank.
But those white people would be correct.
I don't give
If
a.
those
I
white,
don't care.
if those, no, I know you don't care. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
If those
yeah,
white people said that there is no, if those white people said, let's say they didn't change anything outside of what we said.
yeah.
If those white people said that, they wouldn't be
Yes.
incorrect. You just wouldn't be able to accept it from them. I
No, no,
understand that.
no. If that said something disparaging, along with saying that there's no proof in her work, and they do it from an academic level, I will agree with them also on that. But if they're using it to minimize her as a human being, as they always do, as what Hoover tried to do with Martin Luther King, if they're trying to use him as an individual to minimize him as a human being, I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with you saying the work is wrong, because the work is wrong. But then using your little 2-minute brain to say Martin is an idiot or Martin is XYZ because he was adulterous or it was this or it was that, is trying to throw out the person with the bad work. I have a problem with that. And we need to recognize what they're doing and why they're doing it. Right? That's my problem.
Yeah, but Stupid, I think once again, you're the just to kind of to skate the line. You're the pejorative blackologist, and you're the
Yeah.
regular blackologist. And I
Yeah.
think sometimes the extreme blackology
It's
is
necessary.
needed. Chef do the
Yeah.
shit all the time. You know how many times Chef would be like, Chef will, when we're thinking this on some racist shit, it's clearly like, I mean, clearly love black people. You can't say he don't. So even when he's saying it, it's like your father. Your father, if your father was an asshole to you when you was a kid and you was getting whooped and this, that, and the other, and he was in your life and nagging you and all over you all the
Yeah.
time, when you were a kid, you like, man, fuck, what's wrong with you? When you're an adult and you have kids, you start realizing and you start seeing your other friends' fathers don't give a fuck what their sons did and all
Yeah.
this and other. You start having a different appreciation for
Yeah.
what he,
For what it
what
was.
he was doing. Yeah. So Chef say a lot of wild shit, but most of you at the end of it, he loved black people. Even if
Right.
motherfuckers want to say we was having the I hate saying that word, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Calling them this, that, and the third, but it's
Sprinkling
still out of
freedom.
right, sprinkling freedom and all of that. Even in there, you can still find some kind of love for black people, whether we agree or disagree. If anything, it's more like an empowerment. But that's where sometimes it does
Yeah.
have to. When we talk
Yeah.
about black on black crime,
I don't take it
all
upon
these
myself.
conversations have sprinkles of it. So you can be both. You can be that pejorative when motherfuckers are saying you're a blackologist. You could be that pejorative too, and there's nothing wrong with that, brother. Nothing wrong with that at all. I don't. I don't. I think. You know. I think we all do it. And here's the crazy part: all races do it. Matter of fact, races do it to each other.
Right.
Like ask Puerto Ricans how they feel
But,
about
but
Dominicans,
hold
and
up, because
Dominicans how they feel about Mexicans. They all do
we're
it.
getting away from the spirit of what we're talking about, right? Because we can't, unless I'm hearing you wrong, we can't be saying there's nothing wrong with what Francis Cress Wilson is saying. That's why I keep making this division between what I'm doing and what other people are doing.
It's not what she's saying.
Whatever I'm doing, and I'm attempting to have a healthy version of whatever it is that she was doing. Like I just can't be doing what she doing, and what she doing just can't be okay. Whether my group does it, any other group.
Well, what she was going against was anti-scientific. Like even Chef will have his blackology, right? Chef will have his blackology, and then sometimes Chef will be saying, Chef will be a person that will bring up science, but then also sometimes when it betrays his worldview, will just throw science out the window and just say you just know better. You know what I'm saying? So like you do it too sometimes, and I'm not trying to just highlight him. It happens sometimes in this Discord. What was that conversation we was having 2 days ago? The prefrontal cortex shit.
And the
Fuck the
XT, the
science. He knew
mandibular.
better. Yeah, it's like fuck all that science shit. He knew better. Well, but his shit wasn't formed yet. Fuck all that. I don't care about that. He knew better. So now you can see where sometimes in order to fit your worldview, you got to be extreme. You got to be extreme. I told my son and my daughter, if 100 years from now, listen, I'll say on one hand, you can date whoever you want to date. But if 100 years from now, I look down and the family reunion is a bunch of white people running around, I'm gonna be mad as hell. I'm gonna be furious, and I just leave it at that. So that now you can, maybe that is extreme, but I love black skin, and I love my black skin. I love
And
my
that's
children's
Blackology.
black skin.
And that's
So-
Blackology.
So,
So,
hey, yo, so that's funny. So, Brad, how old is you?
I can't. You breaking up?
you break it up.
How old is your youngest son?
16. It's funny when y'all was talking yesterday. He's 16.
Oh, 16. All right. So
Yep.
if you're 16-year-old, right, you find he hanging down in the hood on a dope strip with his homeboys, right? Are you gonna say okay? Are you gonna say okay? His prefrontal lobe ain't developed, or is you gonna go upside his head and say, "Nigga, is you crazy? I know you fucking know better."
I'm gonna hit him in his free front. What y'all call it? I'm gonna hit him in his prefrontal lobe immediately.
Exactly.
With my left hand and my right hand, and then that. But that's why I don't like to make these things personal. Because Chef,
But we have to.
on a sadder note, not a sad note, but on a different note, when I was searching for this prefrontal cortex conversation, there was a y'all watch First 48? So a kid committed a murder. I think it was in Memphis, and I thought the nigga was Chef. Funniest shit ever. It was an uncle, a father, and a mother, and the cop said to the kid, and the parents are sitting in there like, we know you committed the murder. It's on camera. Did the gun go off accidentally? Da 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 da. And the motherfucking person in there talking, we were like, listen, we understand that their prefrontal lobe is, and this, that, and the other. The uncle said, I don't give a fuck about none of that white shit you talking about. He knew better. So I understand the sentiment. I understand it. It's not that I don't understand it. I just don't like to make it individual because to him, he probably got the lesson of his fucking life. Like, bro, he knew better. Fuck all that. Well, he had all the proper decisions. But to that uncle in that moment, he didn't give a fuck about all of that shit because he knew better. So, I get it. If it's my son, my son ain't Ronald Savage. Shouts to him. So my son's not Ronald Savage. He's not gonna have a fucking 14-year-old Reggie telling him not to go nowhere. I can handle that. Yeah. By the time he spoke to 14-year-old Reggie, I done beat his ass already. So you can fear me. I'm a person that was raised on when you getting whoopings and shit, I'm gonna do it so the correction officers ain't got to do it. Because when you get in there, you're gonna be calling for me and your mother, and I'm gonna go ahead and take care of it first, so you can get an idea. And it worked. My prefrontal lobe, I made it. You know what I mean? I made it.
Hey,
But no,
Brad.
you're
Brad.
100% right.
Hey, Brad. Ask Chef what he thinks about those parents that let their kids go sleep over at Michael Jackson's house. What about that? Are those parents? What about those parents right there? Are they prefrontal cortex is fucked up or what?
Yeah, definitely. They're front and back cortexes.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
But the prefrontal cortex ain't developed for a 24-year-old. Y'all know that, right?
yeah, no, hell yeah. Hell yeah. And if you had any kind of trauma, yeah, and if you had any trauma, any serious trauma, that actually stunts that stunts that.
Regular 24-year-old.
You can stunt that later. You can stunt that later into your life. If you had severe trauma, your shit might not develop. I'm assuming damn near ever. I don't know. Y'all can look that shit up, but
Hey, Brad.
certain thing. But about
Man,
a regular 24-year-old, not somebody who's seen their mama get their head blow off and all the rest of the components that y'all add So you to it. saying like a It's a regular normal 24-year-old? 24-year-old. Yeah. So how does that work, It shit ain't Corey? developed, right?
I don't know, but how does that work? Does it? You know, we sound crazy. We'll get a brain expert in here, Paul, to have the conversation. But so if it's gradual from 16 to from the time you born, it's developing and going up to 24 or 25. One of them two ages. It says it should be fully. We can look this shit up. But
Say 25
is
for
it
men.
is it
It's earlier for
90%?
women.
Are you
It's
making
earlier
better
for
than?
women. It says 25 for men. Let's
well,
just
Okay,
run with
so
that.
but at 24, I would assume you would be damn near 90+% of the way done. Is that how that works?
It ain't developed though. His prefrontal cortex
I
ain't
know that,
developed.
but you're making better decisions. You know what I'm saying? You're controlling your impulses.
So,
You have a
right.
more
And that's
control over your
exactly what.
impulses.
Now you understanding what I'm saying, right? Because they were talking about. I even asked my wife about this last night, right? And she was like, "Yeah, that's some bullshit." Because when my now she's 10, my 10-year-old, when she was 5, my wife would say shit to her like, "You're not a fucking 2-year-old no more," right? And now that she's 10, she says shit like, "You're not 4 no more," right? You're supposed to be able to get your ass up, get your own clothes ready for school, right? Brush your own teeth, right? Watch your own ass. It's certain things that's expected from parents once they kids start to become of certain ages, right? Just like when I turned 16, right? My dad expected me to be sexually responsible. How do I know what his expectation was? Because he gave me condoms and he explained to me how to use those condoms. So there was a certain expectation from my parents who knew I was sexually active or could be. They didn't know for sure, but it's possibly because
But Corey,
16-year-olds are normally sexually active.
but brother Corey,
Especially boys.
did you always meet the expectation, Corey?
It ain't
Can't
about
tell me you ain't hit
always
nothing raw, dog. You can't
expectations.
tell me you ain't hit nothing
Meet
raw,
the
dog.
expectation
15,
because the
16
nigga
years
gave
old.
me condoms. Listen, I didn't meet the expectation because the nigga
All
gave
right.
me condoms. He expected me to be responsible, but my girlfriend talked me out of it.
Isn't that the
Well,
only thing that
no,
that
but
I forgot what that brother named, Bird Rabbit, or what was his name? Bunny? What was the dude name?
That don't mean I didn't know. That don't mean when my
Stingray.
girlfriend taught me how to pull the condom
Is-
off. That
Isn't
don't
that
mean
the
I
only
didn't know
thing
better.
Stingray did?
listen,
Was he didn't meet the expectation. He didn't listen to some advice, and it got him caught up. He just
You
didn't
just
meet
called
the
dude
expectation.
Stingray. I was trying to figure out
Or
what
whatever his name was.
no,
I
What
want
was
to.
his
but,
name?
but
Let's go back
my
to
thing is
figure out
this.
what the fuck you said. You said the nigga's name Bird Rabbit or Stingray.
It's in the thing of
I forgot his
You
name.
talking
be or
about
something like
his name?
that.
I had to write this shit down. I kept forgetting. His name is B Stinger.
These thing, all right.
Okay, yeah,
But
Yeah, B Stinger.
Hey, Corey,
the thing is this,
That
right?
nigga said
The thing is
Bird
this.
Rabbit. Lord.
add context to what Corey was trying to say with the 2024 thing. I don't know if this happened where y'all let, but I know we do that around here. I can kind of see that in a social system type way, because we always say when you make 25, like you made OG, like, oh, you 25, you made it OG. I don't know if that's connected to the frontal cortex, but we always say once a person does make 25, it's like you grown, like there's no excuses for nothing type shit. So I don't know if that's a correlation, but I have heard that before. We always say like a nigga 23, like, you still gonna get there. When you make 25, you'll understand life a little bit more, which we don't get. You don't get life till never type shit. It's a continuous thing, but I can see the credence in what he trying to say. But to the conversation dealing with the
These
making
thing,
decisions and shit, you should already be making more rational decisions around that age. So yeah.
yeah, you're
But
right,
now,
DQ. And Corey, let me listen to this. Corey, I love how you use expectation. And I love how you talk about the responsibility of condoms. But these people here in this room will kill me because I'm an extreme blackologist. and will give a 16-year-old a blind from playing with girls to putting a dick in their mouth. The extreme is so deep that how a 16-year-old reach a dick in their mouth, a 16-year-old boy. He must have jumped through hoops and hurdles mentally to not recognize that that is so wrong.
But wait, Corey just said his girl was able to convince him to not do what he was told.
Yeah, but that is totally different. That is like cross jaywalking compared to drunk driving. What Corey was doing?
His parents told him directly what to do, and someone else convinced him to do something different.
Bro, the reason why she convinced me is because I didn't want to have it on anyway. It didn't take a lot of convincing from her, bro.
Yeah, but that's moving from drunk driving.
Look, Corey, I'm actually not trying to fight you.
But
I'm listening to you.
Conversations be so wild to me, bro.
No, look, I'm not trying to fight you. I'm actually listening to you. But I'm saying, so you don't see no kind of relationship with that, right? You don't see that there's any sort of anything with that. I'm not saying that you're completely wrong and the man should have known better, but I'm saying that you were supposed to know better too, right? Maybe you didn't want it on, but I'm saying know better right now. We're talking about know better. You was told better, right? And
He did know better.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that part seems to be similar.
And we saying B Stinger knew better at 16 to be in a room with a grown man with his pants down. He knew that.
No. Easily, B Stinger shit is way more egregious and stupid because there's a man involved in it. First of all, I'm not saying that there's no difference, but both of them was told to not do it and wound up doing it.
The thing is, like, it's got even have an argument, like, to even have any pushback. The thing, what we got to be saying is, somehow what Bambaataa did was all right. That's the only way that somebody can actually have something to combat me with. What? And that's the
or you got it backwards. I'm more so saying that the child is less.
At 16, you got responsibility.
If not, he's got to be less.
And I know for sure, like, you know how I know? At 16, you got responsibility. Because I used to get my motherfucking ass whooped. Hey, Corey, can I ask you a question?
Let me ask you this. If you were a couple years older and more experienced, would your girlfriend have been able to convince you to not do that?
One thing, Logic, listen, real quick. By the time I was 16, I wasn't getting the ass whoopings no more. You know why? You know why I wasn't getting the ass whoopings no more when I was 16?
Go to the host.
Logic? I'm asking you a question, Logic.
No, I'm making noise, but no, go ahead.
The reason why I wasn't getting ass whoopings no more when I was 16, because my daddy expected me to know fucking better already.
Mm-hmm.
And all you need to do is tell me something.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question? So I agree with most of all everything you're saying, to tell you the truth, except for I don't know, if he had gone down and it was an older woman that molested him, say a 35-year-old woman, would you still feel this way you're feeling right now?
No.
If he was 16, do you know when I was 16, I was fucking 12 years older than me?
So you wouldn't feel the same way.
I didn't feel like they manipulated me. What I felt like is I manipulated them.
I had sex with older women at 12, 13, girls like 19.
Okay.
I didn't even know until years later someone said, you were molested. I was like, what are you talking about?
Y'all always go back to 12s and 8-year-olds. I'm not talking about 12-year-olds.
You were manipulated at 12 and 8. Yeah, but him at 16. Him at 16 with a man, right? It's totally different. And then he's an adult now crying about it. If he wasn't crying about it, saying that I was gay and I knew I was gay, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
If it was a woman. So y'all would feel different if it was a woman.
I would feel different if he acknowledged that he was gay. I would feel different, right? But he's saying that he wasn't gay. Right? Now, that's the issue that I have with him. Because the 16-year-old boy who is not gay should have recognized that, no, this is bullshit.
But do you think
Right?
in any way he was manipulated, though? In any way? You saying he wasn't manipulated in any way?
I'm saying that he was manipulated because he was manipulated.
You
Let
didn't
me say
even
this.
have an argument.
Yeah.
This is what it's a straw man. For them
Yeah.
to have a naysay, right? We have to be saying what he just said. Otherwise, it ain't no naysay because they knew better. The niggas that's naysaying, they knew better than to put a
Yeah.
dick in their mouth when they were 16. Every
16.
nigga on here knew
And you're
better.
not gay. If he's gay and put a dick in his mouth, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Honestly. I'd have a problem if he's gay and put a dick in his mouth at 16. But if he's not gay and put a dick in his mouth at 16, I have an issue with that. I have an issue with that.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not against y'all. I mean, everybody has, their own thing looking at it. I'm just trying to find out a
Yeah.
better
Yeah.
understanding of what's going on. I agree with you. A 16-year-old, under no damn circumstances, knows better than to, be at some grown man's house and he's already heard things about it. Is that it's some type of way? I agree with that. But I also agree that that man had manipulated grown folk, and I think he manipulated that young man, whether it was for fame, whether it's for this or that. The only difference
Success.
is when you manipulate a grown person, success. That is not as far as I know, that's not against the law. But manipulating a child for sex is against the law. So sometimes I think we're having two different arguments:
Yeah.
the law argument, and then the other argument that Corey and you are
Right.
talking about. Maybe two different arguments.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a law argument. I'm talking about a general understanding because I had already agreed that that the person needed to be put under the prison, needed to be lynched, needed to be cut up and quartered. There's no issue about that. Now I'm putting my 16-year-old son in the shoes of that 16-year-old boy coming to me and said, "Daddy, he put his dick in my mouth." The first question I'm going to ask is, what were you doing over there? Like all parents. I'm not going to jump up and get my gun first and run down there to shoot him down. Because I'm going to ask my son, weren't you told not to go over there? Because before I do what I'm going to do, I'm going to let him know that he also has a part to play in it. Because at 16, we don't play with children at 16. You don't play with a 16-year-old son. Anybody know who have a 16-year-old son or who had a 16-year-old son know that in the black community, we don't play with that Negro. We kick that fucker down if him step out of line. And he knew that. We're stepping that Negro chest. So when somebody come in here and say, "Oh, the 16, I'm putting my 16-year-old son in the situation and what I would do." We're stepping that Negro chest. We don't make excuses for that Negro. So all of a sudden we're making excuses for a 16-year-old boy that we wouldn't make for our son? Corey, would you make that excuse for your 16-year-old son? We don't play that in the community. But everybody, all of a sudden now, everybody mums the word. They're not putting their own 16-year-old in the position
My
to ask a
16-year-old
question.
when my son was 16, he would have beat the dog shit out of that body. That's
Because you know that daddy don't play that shit. You coming back to me and tell me that you had a dick in your mouth? You die with that. Because you can't make any excuses for that. But nobody not putting themselves in the position with their son. To say, what is the expectation of my son? In Jamaica, we have a word named licky licky or covetousness, or the American word would be envy. He saw Bambada's success and wanted it. I was willing to pay the price at 16. Just like a girl at 16. See the dudes driving with a gold chain and a BMW. She wanted part of that lifestyle. He wanted the Bambada lifestyle. So if he had to suck the dick to get the lifestyle, he was willing to suck the dick. No, as an adult, He's having buyer's remorse because he wasn't successful as he thought he should be. All of a sudden, he's having buyer's remorse. We know people with buyer's remorse. The Cosby girls had buyer's remorse. All of them know that Cosby was a predator. But they went to the room anyway. And as they get older now, they have buyer's remorse. Oh, Cosby raped me. That means that anybody 16 and above who should make sensible decision in the future, they can say, oh, I wasn't aware at the time. I didn't know that I shouldn't have a dick in my mouth. I'm not talking about an 8-year-old or 12-year-old. You're 12 with older women. That woman needs to go to prison. No question asked. No question asked.
That's a fact.
But 16 is not a baby.
It's not. And we had this conversation before, and I was on the opposite side of the argument, actually. Right? I was in total defense of the child. I still am, but I was saying that all responsibility, you know what I mean, legally and socially, is still on the adult, right? And Unc is the one that actually got me to see that no, that 16, I think we was talking about polite. Because Unc was like, yo, if that's my daughter, I'm smacking the shit out of her. Yeah, man, I'm going to do what I'm going to do to polite. You feel me? Because he violated my daughter. But my daughter at 16 know not to be in no fucking hotel with no man, no grown-ass man. At that point, I got to go upside her fucking head. You feel me? Because not only did you get yourself in danger and something, the worst shit happened to you, and something even worse could have even happened to you by that. But not only that, now you're putting my freedom in jeopardy because I got to go do something to this man now. You feel me? So your child at 16 do bear responsibility because not only are they going to be violated if they do some dumb shit, but they also going to put the family in jeopardy. Because the men in that family is going to step up. They're going to have to put their fucking freedom on the fucking line for that shit. They can go to jail. So, child, a 16-year-old bears responsibility in that situation. I'm sorry.
And the wild
Hey,
part
but hold
is,
on. I don't think nobody was saying that
the wild
the
part is
16-year-old
my wife
bear no
actually told my
responsibility.
daughter that before. Don't put yourself in no fucked up situation because your daddy gonna end up going away for life about you.
Exactly.
So she told my oldest daughter that back when she was 16. My 23-year-old, she told her that back when she was 16, bro. I just happened to walk in on them discussing it. You see what I'm saying? Like, listen, I know my kids knew better. I know all my kids know better. You know how I know? Because their parents told them. We instilled it in them. All y'all niggas' parents instilled it in you. Your daddy, my daddy never, you know, my wife told me, asked me like she said, Corey, you ain't never told little Corey not to put a dick in his mouth. She said, you know why? She said, you know why you didn't tell him that? Because you never had to tell him that. You wouldn't have had to tell him at 16 not to put a dick in his mouth, bro. And there was never a time where I had to sit my son down and say, now, you know, son, there's some crazy niggas out here, right? If you ever get in the room with them, don't put no dick in your mouth. You know, and like,
my father ain't never had that conversation with me. Like, I already knew that. Like, my father ain't had to have that conversation with me. Like, that's crazy.
He know what conversation he had to have with me. He knew he had to have that
put that condom on.
Conversation.
He seen you looking at them little girls. You know?
And that's a problem we faced the other day, is that we weren't really ready to separate the conversation, to address the bombard as being wrong, and then address a 16-year-old responsibility and expectation. And now that I address it because I base it on my son, on my expectation. But if you have that conversation at that level, your son come to you and tell you that bullshit. No,
And
no.
I'm just saying those stupid. I think
No.
that's having a different conversation though today because
We
I know I
separated it.
wasn't
No,
saying
I separated it. I
okay.
separated it. So if you tell me that you're a 16-year-old who you live in your house with your flat screen TV, your video, your other car, your gun in the house with your 16-year-old, if you can leave your guns with a 16-year-old, you are not sensible enough not to put a dick in his mouth? I leave guns with my 16-year-old. You know where the guns are.
My son
What are you
been
telling me?
hunting guns since he been 12. My son been holding on to guns and owning one since he been 12 years old, bro.
Right?
Now I
So
gotta
you have
tell
to.
that same nigga when he gets 16 not to put a dick in his mouth. Man, come on, man. I
Right, so everybody in there playing this victim baby game, and then at the end of the day, if I have a different discussion about black people, oh, black people are victims, and you're a Blackology, but a 16-year-old don't know not to put a dick in his mouth. You're not real. You're not real. You're not real if you're having that conversation. Him know that don't leave the stove on. Him know that don't fuck up and burn down my place. Him know that don't touch my gun. Don't go outside with my gun. Although sometimes they lock in a vault, but if you carelessly see it. When I was 12, we used to go to the friend's house, not 12, 8, and play with his father gun. No, at 8, I was an idiot. I knew it was wrong at 8 because we had to do it secretly and we hide when we did it and we knew where the gun was and we went and played with it. Right? But my brain was not mature enough. Although even at 8, when we were playing with that firearm, we knew that it was wrong because it was the biggest secret in the world after we did it.
10-year-old, my 10-year-old cooked for her and her little sister. She can fry an egg. She can boil some ramen noodles and shit. My 10-year-old.
Mm.
So, like, I don't know what y'all teaching y'all kids, bro, but I teach my kids how to be responsible at an early age. You get up to
but this is the same conversation.
And all that. Go ahead.
But this is we're saying we're having a different conversation, but I think we brought all of this up in the conversation the other day because I couldn't divorce it. I'm like, hold on, like I know there's a level of expectation we have for 16-year-olds, right? Now, not saying.
Be fair, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, not saying that a grown person can't manipulate the fuck out of a 16-year-old. That's all in the game. So Bambaataa is the biggest piece of shit ever. Yes, a 16-year-old can be manipulated by an older person, a predator. That's definitely in the case. Way more savvy. But the level of shit you gotta go through to get to the part where his pants is down and you contemplating touching that man, I'm saying that you just disregarded everything. If Reggie and everybody done told you that they play with little boys down there, and you still went down there, by the time you and that man in the room alone and his pants is down, I hate to say it, but
you do. You know why you hate to say it though? Because I'm trying to see how far y'all gonna go. Seriously, I'm seriously trying to see how far y'all gonna take this conversation because there's a reason why you hate to say it because you're still because at some point even you would have to recognize that that's a child. No matter how it play out, it's a child. So in the responsibility.
Curious.
No, I
all
understand.
responsibility.
But sometimes when you're curious, it don't end up happening that kind of, hopefully you get to be curious. When you're curious in other neighborhoods, it don't end up with you in a room
hopefully you survive your curiosity.
Right. Because sometimes you're curious and you end up dead.
Curiosity does what? What did curiosity do?
I don't like those conversations. I know. I don't know whoever made that statement. I just be wanting to know, like, where they get, like, we've had this conversation, Chef. The fucking what is it? There's more than one way to skin a cat. Like, who the hell is skinning cats and all of that? I get that part. I'm just saying, in this particular situation, when we talk about 16-year-olds, and I know we all, well, not all of us have children, but most of us have children. When we talk about 16-year-olds, we're not talking about kids that always do what we say.
Exactly.
So do we have an expectation that they should do what we say? Yes. I'm just saying, when we're trying to put some kind of onus on, you know, there's a he had a level of responsibility to listen. All right, well, I don't think we're having the same conversation, because I do agree with that. What I'm saying though is that when he did like most 16-year-olds do, and didn't listen per se, or was trying to figure something out, the adult in the situation is the safeguard, the one with the fully developed prefrontal cortex. He's the one that should have said, yeah,
we're
this is
repeating
too
the
easy.
same shit.
Yeah,
Bro, I promise you, we are repeating this. Everybody is saying that Bambaataa is completely at fault. But after you acknowledge that, then it was two parties involved. That 16-year-old has to bear responsibility in some measure to his own well-being. You have a 16-year-old.
Yeah, and
you
his mother,
send that little nigga out the house.
Yeah, his mother and father. Yeah, if his mother and father were telling him this, that, and the other, on top of Reggie at 14 years old, if they were telling him that, even his mother would say, "Did not." How does most of the beating start? Didn't I tell you?
Exactly.
Right. So I get that. No, I get that.
I'm just saying shit.
No, I get it. I'm just saying that. I guess what I'm saying is if there is responsibility on both parties, I'm saying there's an overwhelming responsibility.
And the mom is whooping 10-year-olds telling them, did not tell you.
I agree.
Right? To your point, Brad, because the moms ain't whooping 16-year-olds' asses no more. Just to let you know that, right? So when the mom is saying, did not tell you, she's saying that to a 10-year-old. Meaning she expects that 10-year-old to have some type of responsibility.
We don't know him, but we don't even know his. Yeah, but we're having this conversation devoid of even knowing his family structure. This is the Bronx in the 80s, so we talking about the crack era in the Bronx in the 80s. I don't even know. We don't even know.
In the crack era.
My parents ain't tell me not to be in no room with no grown man.
Listen, before y'all go hyperbolic, let me finish my sentence before y'all go hyperbolic. If you just heard the first part, it's gonna sound crazy. I'm saying we don't know anything about his family structure at all. We don't even know
that was explained to him.
Yeah, we don't know. Well, no, I'm pretty sure it was explained to him by 14-year-old Reggie, but I don't remember Reggie saying nothing about his mother.
My mother ain't explained that to me. Like, yo, you went to school. Like, that was always adults telling you how to say. So even if your mother didn't tell you, I'm sure the adults in his school told him. Like, I learned that in fucking school. They never tell me to stay away from men with their pants down. I never had that conversation in my house. But I knew that shit, so obviously it came from the welfare of the adults around. Right. Like if y'all parents had to tell y'all verbatim to don't go in no grown man house, and if he pull his pants down, the community, the raising of children tell you that. Like it's ingrained in the culture of
I agree with that. Kids. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
His parents ain't have to tell him that. Nigga, our parents ain't tell us that. But
yeah, don't say no to strangers. Say no to strangers. Say no to strangers and all that.
We know what an adult supposed to be doing with a child. And we know that an adult don't supposed to be doing nothing sexual with a child.
Okay, so there's another. All right, so I'm looking them up, right? So another thing that Reggie apparently didn't say was
where Reggie at? He gonna pop up.
Yeah, you probably. He has Tourette's and epilepsy. So he's affected. It says as a child or adolescent, he was diagnosed with Tourette's, epilepsy. It affected his ability to communicate, interact, and deal in social circles. So I mean that explains a little bit too.
He was off.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, Chef, we kept asking because this is where I think y'all don't. I'm not too far away from with y'all because my whole thing. That's the first question I asked was like, well, when Bambaataa sent the cab for him, is something wrong with him? Like, did you know what I'm saying? Like, because that's so far out. You'd have to be so so far outside your mind as a 16-year-old. I'm thinking about my own child.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to be so far outside of your mind, not for it to happen to you, because people get molested, sane people, strong people, whatever. I'm saying, but in that particular situation, if the story is Bambaataa sent a cab for him when he was at school or while he was cutting school, and he ended up in the house of Bambaataa, based on Ron Savage's story. My whole thing, the reason why I don't like to make it personal is I can't see my son, based off how I dealt with him, falling for anything. Even if nothing happened, I can't see that. I could see my son cutting school like any other child cutting school. But to end up in that kind of situation, I can't see that at all. So
There's so many things that went wrong.
Right, so many things that went wrong. That's the term.
Before you end up in a room with a naked man.
Exactly. To end up, for you to end up, and even if I was talking to my son, I would say that, like, do you know how many things would have to go wrong for you to be in this situation? So I get that. But that's why I kept asking Reggie, was he off? But if he had Tourette's and epilepsy and difficulty communicating and interacting socially, then some of this makes sense just off of that alone.
Completely Bambaataa. It's completely Bambaataa.
Yeah, he's gonna target a kid like that, a kid that's ostracized. I mean, we had a kid that had Tourette's when he was in school. We tortured that motherfucker. So I mean, I can understand him wanting to belong somewhere because he damn sure wasn't able to belong with us. So I can
make certain statements if you don't know that person's individual history dealing with, whatever they got predisposed genetic or whatever. That's why I say, like, y'all can't be making these statements like, oh, if it was my son, because we don't even know that. Who's that dude y'all talking about? What's his name?
Well,
Ron.
I'm
saying to act like this is. I'm saying that situation, like Brad said, is obviously something deeper to where, like, you can't make, again, generalized statements and say that was my son. You don't even know that person. You don't even know if that person grew up with one or two parents. Like, none of us know any of that, so we can't just jump the gun by saying like that. I mean, that's all I was saying.
But nobody's jumping the gun. What we're saying that if it was our child, if it was a normal child, and we adjusted as soon as Brass acknowledged that he had mental health issue at Terix, we adjusted our argument. We're arguing from the standpoint that this child is a normal child. If this child is a normal child,
then we would agree. Yeah, but that's going to be where you was arguing from.
That's where I was arguing from.
No, I know. But I'm saying,
because I called him an idiot.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, that's where you was arguing from. But Reggie was talking. This is Ron. Reggie knows Ron Savage, so he knows.
Reggie was saying that the nigga was coherent.
Yeah, like he was saying that he was coherent. Like, so right. So when we're having the conversation, we can't, because we got kids. We're all sitting here like, how did a coherent child end up in that kind of situation? And that's why I kept asking, what was wrong with him? I felt bad after a while, like there had to be something wrong with this child. Now I'm looking, he had Tourette's and epilepsy. That's a predator's. I mean, a dream. A kid that's ostracized. The kids is making fun of him. He can't be down really. He's snapping and making dumbass comments.
In the environment, and he obviously in the environment to where, like, it's like
Reggie told me there wasn't nothing wrong with that dude until after, like, years later.
No, he was diagnosed with that dude years later. No, he was diagnosed as a child with Tourette's and epilepsy. He was diagnosed as a child.
Yeah, that changed the whole conversation.
Yeah, this is not.
Huh? He was ostracized. Yes, he was ostracized But then Reggie also said when he came back to the community after dealing with Bambada, he was a star.
Well, then I mean, sad to say that's if you're saying that maybe that's what he's looking for, but I'm gonna say
Don't
something
say it.
about
Don't say it, Lawrence.
yeah,
That's
yeah, I know, yeah, I gonna say that, but the then I gotta say to Reggie then, like, man, I mean, shit, if you known him and you went to school with him and all of that, then I mean, shit, you should have led with that. Like
So now,
you knew he was off. Something
for
wrong with
Brad, the Brads, now I'm thinking a certain way. Now, Chef Nimmer made some great points. And these new points you brought up are very interesting. Now I'm thinking, have you guys ever been around a disabled kid or a kid with issues, and when they do get accepted into something, like I used to coach basketball when my sons was kids, and we had one of those developmentally challenged kids on the team. But just for him, his mother, he didn't make the team. His mother begged us to put him on the team because of the way it made him feel. Even if he could just sit down and have a
Yeah.
uniform.
Yeah.
I'm thinking now that in some way, if Ron Savage was like that mentally in some ways, he really felt accepted and probably did some shit that he wouldn't do to feel accepted and to feel almost like a normal kid.
Yeah.
You guys understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, take it a step
That
further.
changes a lot for me on that.
Hey, normally sane children will join a gang, ain't never shot nobody, ain't never did nothing, but they'll beat up some teacher or something for an initiation just to be down with that shit. So trust, I mean, that's that prefrontal lobe shit, where as an adult, we look at all of that shit as crazy. There, you got some of these kids that's talking about, smoking on their ops and, throwing up gang signs and shit like that. Some of that is just to be down, want to be down as, they want to be down. And
how
they'll
many
go,
of their parents,
they'll go
how many of their
completely
parents or
against their
people around them told them don't do that, or don't join the game, don't do none of that, and they still did it?
Yeah, you can make something from. Yeah, no, but even good parents, bro. Maybe the other parents can speak to this. You really train your child to do the right thing when you're not around. So you don't really care necessarily what your child is doing while he's in front of you. Any training you giving them is for when they're not in front of you. So my son will definitely rap a whole Baby Kia song and be saying 6'7" and I just bent right on the highway and all kind of shit. And he's the most suburb child in the history of suburbs. So he is doing that. When he's with me, he's Jack and Jill and young scholars and all of that. But I know when he's with his children, he's fucking King Von or Chief Keef or some shit. And I know that that's literally just to fit in with that crowd socially, because sometimes you can't help who's on your football, and this better than mostly anybody, bro.
When you a coach, you see kids act who they are. That's why it's like when you a coach, sometimes, especially at that, like you coach in high school, you realize half of these kids on the team actually will listen to you more than their parents, because they feel like you understand them a little bit more, and you seeing them more in their natural environment. So I would trip out again when I knew certain kids' parents, and then when they around their peers, they act a completely different way. That used to trip me out.
Yeah, there's no question. That's a real thing. That's why we go back into that statement of I told y'all that one day my son had said to we was at a what the fuck was he at? What was that? An award ceremony. And this my son, he said that the coach was like a father to him. Now So
Hey,
that shit touched my spirit first, and then
hey, you never knock the fuck out of me. This is
bro, I
That's hilarious.
looked at the coach first, right? Because me and the coach is cool. The coach said, "Calm down," and the coach had to explain to me, like, what he meant, and he could talk, just he could talk to him about things he can't necessarily talk to me about. And he said that he's had this conversation before, and he said, "I'm thankful that I can have this conversation with you, an active parent. You know what I'm saying? A parent that is actually in their child's life, and I can at least say that ain't what he's talking about." But he said with other parents, Fetty, like you say, some parents he got to say, "Well, then do your fucking job. Then fucking get in the game. Come to the game. Come to the practices." Because sometimes, because he was like, "Bro, you're here to hear this speech." It was only 3 men in there, so it's like, you gotta. Sometimes you get caught up in the same bullshit. But I know my coach, as much as my father was in my life, my coach was like a father to me. I still look at that man as like, bro, that he caught me when I was young, and I'm crying after we lost the championship game. He caught me when I couldn't do no more push-ups, when I couldn't run no more. He was set me out because my grades and shit like that. He was doing all of that shit. So, and my father was doing all of that on steroids, but there's a point in your development where you start listening to outside sources, almost as much as your father or your mother. So, but I get it. I get that.
AKA bee stinger, and what something they were saying. There's a point in the life where the streets became bigger than your family.
Yeah.
In terms of XYZ, in terms of how you perceive and how you see yourself. Because I know that for a fact that after a while, the recognition of your friends
is way more important.
I'm trying to stay out y'all conversation. But I mean, but you said something that I said earlier, and people commented on it when I said it, and ain't nobody commented on what you said, right? So you're gonna have all these expectations about what somebody's gonna do, and then when they don't do it, I'm just asking you why. Like even forget the question part, right? But let's just stay on the basic part of it. If we got all these instances of us, right? Like nothing wrong with us mentally, and parents telling us to do stuff and we just didn't do it. I don't see how I mean, I see how this is more egregious as far as the act, but I mean we were told to not do things, to not steal cars or whatever we did, and some of us still did the shit.
True,
but it comes with some, what's the I word? My tongue twister now. It comes with some.
It didn't mean we had bad parents. It didn't mean we was retarded. It didn't mean we was fucking kids.
If you're constantly going against the grain, you're fucking retarded. And you were told that you're retarded, at least by my parents. That if you're constantly going against the grain,
we got a different term. We got a different term.
Hey, when you go against your homeboys, something's wrong with you. Y'all ever seen the Sandlot before? Have y'all ever seen the Sandlot?
Yeah.
The Sandlot.
The one with that big ass dog.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I seen that.
Why was they scared of that man and that dog? No dog talked to them about the man or the dog, right? Only the homeboys. The homeboys said, "You know what?" And the man said, "Well, when the little boy said, "Well, when can I go home?" And the man said, "For add dirt," right? The kids made that up. This is how I grew up, bro. Parents never really had to tell us as kids, "Well, don't go down over here." The kids will tell you, "Well, look, hey, that motherfucker right there,
Crazy.
I don't know how true it is, but they say," and that's all it takes for regular, normal people. Right? At 10 years old, I remember when I was 10, it was this bum, right? He used to ride his bike. I don't even think he was a bum. I just think they just made it up like he was some serial killer, right? Crazy motherfucker. We called him Wolfman Jack, right? And he was just this crazy looking white dude, had long, scraggly hair. Now, you know, in my adult years, I just think he was a hippie or something, right? And he used to ride this 10-speed with a backpack on, right? And the kids in the neighborhood would say, "Oh, there go Wolfman Jack." You know, in that backpack, he got little kids' heads in that backpack, right? See, little kids know how to warn the other kids. And we 8, 9, 10 years old. We're not 16 years old going to the park. We ride like BMXs to the park by ourselves. And we got to be home when the street lights come on. Y'all remember that? You niggas is 10 years old and your parents is expecting y'all to have some kind of responsibility. Yeah, you can ride your bike down to the park with the cars, but be your ass back here before the street lights come on, and don't be fucking around nowhere where you ain't supposed to be at, right?
Mm-hmm.
The kids do all the extra details, like they're going to Wolfman Jack. You better stay your motherfucking ass away from him because he got little kids' heads in that backpack.
Right.
Yeah, that's just like but that's just like, I mean, there's a lot of myths and things like that, Corey, with the, I was just talking, me and my wife were just talking about this the other day about, for all the stories on Instagram and social media that you see about razor blades and candy for Halloween, if you actually look up the police statistics on how many times that's actually happened, it's minuscule. Or the killer clowns. I don't know if y'all had that in y'all town. We actually had that in Ohio, but in New Jersey, there was always the thing of there's these clowns driving around in a van picking up kids. The overarching message really was to basically don't get in a car with strangers.
Right.
Yeah, that's what they was really trying to tell you, but they use
Don't take candy for see my parents, my teachers and parents told me don't even talk to fucking strangers, let alone get in the car.
Right.
Let alone get in the car, bro.
Right, but now Corey, but now in our defense though, Corey, I'm not talking about, when we having this conversation, I'm not talking about all children. I was talking about him. That's why I kept saying I don't want to talk about my child, your child, what y'all do, what you would have done. My whole thing was with him.
That's why he ended up. So that's the answer there. This 16-year-old boy was retarded. That's why he ended up with a dick in his mouth. That's just the plain simple. Y'all might be mad and uncomfortable with it.
No, we're not. I'm not mad. I don't get mad. I just think there's about 5,000 ways you could have portrayed that, but I'm not you. You know what I mean? You know, I can't tell you what to say. I'm just saying the way you put it was a little harsh. That's all.
What if he's gay though? What if the 16-year-old is gay?
The same way your father would put it. Your father would have put it the same way. And you know that for a fact.
And I know, but Corey's not my dad. I know. Corey's not my dad.
Is there really that wide of a gap between that?
Right.
Is there really that wide of a gap between don't go down that street and don't steal cars?
What'd you say?
I apologize for keep bringing up stealing cars. But is there that wide of a gap between don't go down that street and don't steal cars?
No, it's not that wide of a gap. Because I could definitely get behind the wheel of a car at 100-something miles an hour, like my father told me 1,000 times. And if your dumb ass, you think you just affecting you. If your dumb ass hit somebody in that car, you're going to jail for the rest of your life. And I knew that, and I still did it. Now I had friends. Now here's the thing. I also stopped way before my counterparts did, and that's why a lot of them are dead in jail, and I'm where I'm at. You know, like it sometimes it ain't, everybody ain't like what was we talking about the other day? Everybody ain't Dudley and Arnold, where you know where the first time you don't listen to your parents, you end up in the back room of the bike shop with the white man. You know what I mean? It don't always end up that way. That's why everybody's stories is different. You know, sometimes I can't tell you how many cars I stole as a child and was doing donuts and going 1,000 miles an hour and this and the other. But thank God I never stayed. You know, by the time the laws came
If you
around,
think about even coming close to doing anything like that with a man, like at no point at 16, you ain't even your brain is fucked up. You was smoking weed, you was speeding down the highway, all the bad choices you made. Listen, you made terrible, and I know you ain't even got to tell me because I was 16 before, so I know what you did. Right? You was stealing cars, you was smoking weed, you was fucking girls with no condom, right? You was staying over their mama's house when their mama wasn't at home, and your dad and their parents told you not to be over that girl's house when they ain't home. You done a lot of fucking up, Brad, when you was 16. But I know, wait, did it ever cross Brad's mind, right?
For a grown man to send me a cab, to go to this house. No. You would have to be a
no.
Matter of fact, like I told y'all, Corey, hold on, Corey, but like I told y'all, and I think I said this, we talked about this in PK, when he's in the Discord. We had a nigga like Bambaataa in our neighborhood. We had a nigga like that. A nigga came home from jail. He was old, weird old motherfucker. We threw this nigga down a garbage chute. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
He had victimized some kids in the neighborhood, right? And he went to county, and they let his ass out of jail, but by the grace of whatever, and he ended up, I don't know how, down the 17th floor garbage chute. And there was no don't do it here, do it somewhere else and all of that. It was the adults and the kids stepped up and said, get this fucking predator out of our neighborhood. And then I cause see, I'm gonna tell you straight up, y'all can I'm not laughing when I say this, but I'm halfway laughing. Somebody should have done something to him. Like an adult. You're not supposed to be able to do that for 50 plus years. You're just not. And that goes for him, that goes for the Catholic priests, that goes for all of them.
I agree 100%.
At a certain part, the society
should have hung his ass outside the project.
Yeah, society. Where was the society? Like, I'm gonna be real. When you tell me, and this is where the Bronx gets an L, and if you listening and you from the Bronx, it is what it is. Y'all get an L in this particular case because I don't know how. At what point did society tell this nigga stop? Like, at some point, where did the people that didn't have Tourette's and epilepsy? They be talking about Bambaataa like he's this mythical figure, like he can't get touched, or I'm at this point. I don't think he created the Zulu Nation for music. I think he created the Zulu Nation to protect himself in the community, because it seems like everybody was afraid of the Zulu Nation. That's why they ain't say nothing. That the Zulu Nation wasn't hip hop. It was some kind of gang. And everybody was afraid to go, like La Costa Nostra or some shit. And everybody was afraid to go against that. But where all these tough niggas knew he was doing this shit and they didn't step up? Don't they got kids? Like some things ain't, no snitching don't go for everything. No snitching don't go for
everything. Ask a question?
Yeah.
Real quick. I just see that, y'all. What's up there, everybody?
We know who you are.
I wanted to add some nuance to the conversation because I'm hearing just the same thing that I was hearing yesterday. So I want to add some nuance because I keep hearing the same thing about D in the nigga mouth and all that type of good shit. So are we under the impression that, like, if the 16-year-old, say he was gay, say Ron was a gay 16-year-old, would it then excuse the fact that he was molested?
No.
By or not even persuaded into doing a sexual activity with a 30-plus-year-old individual?
No, No,
Not you, Brass. Not you, Brass. I already know where you stand on this.
yeah,
I'm asking the other brothers who keep bringing up Corey and
Stupid,
and and
stupid.
shit and Stoopies. All them three. I'm asking those three the specific
okay.
question on if that changes anything. If the kid is already gay, then does it then like is he still responsible? Like I'm just trying to figure
It
out like
wouldn't make me
how.
change. It wouldn't make me change nothing if he was gay or not. No,
It
It
wouldn't
would
change
change
anything.
a little bit for me. It would change a little bit for me.
like
It
that.
wouldn't
That
change.
was
It would
a little bit about it,
because
but go
because a 16-year-old boy, if a 25, 26, 30-year-old attractive woman wanted to have sex with them, a 16-year-old boy would do it, and we'll still look at the older lady as like, yo, you
A
preying on
predator.
a young boy, but we would understand that the young boy wanted it also, right? So it would change it a little bit for me.
It wouldn't change it for me because mentally I'd reverse it in my head. A 16-year-old girl and a 40-year-old man. I reverse it. I say, how would I think about that? It's a because I would say to her that don't put your little fast ass yet because you're not ready. You're not emotionally mature enough to deal with a relationship. That's what I tell my 16-year-old daughter. Don't get too fast. No, if you homosexual, I say don't get a little gay ass fast self into a situation that you're not ready for yet. But I'd also blame Bombardier because he's a predator. So he still get all the blame. But then I just call the person a little fast ass kid. Don't get too fast. Don't be quick to grow up. You're not ready for that yet. That's how I'd address the issue. Right? So if he was gay, I'd say, don't get a little gay ass self into a situation that you're not ready for yet. You're not an adult as yet, and that man is an adult. That's how I would speak to him. I'd call a spade a spade.
Do you know
But I'd
what part?
address it that way.
Hey Stu, do you know
Jesus
that
hilarious.
that prefrontal lobe part? Right, I hate to go back to it. Prefrontal cortex. Do you know in that prefrontal cortex, part of the reason why um they push that so much that they want you to be aware of that in children is because impulse control and I
Long
think
term
it's
decision
I
making.
think
Like
it's risk assessment is
Mhm.
what's also in there. It's not always critical. It's not just critical thinking. It's
yeah,
also
long term
when
risk
you get
assessment.
when you get the urge, will you
That's why
make the
the
right decision?
prefrontal cortex don't make sense to me in this argument because
No.
what the prefrontal cortex affects is whether that kid is gonna do ride without a speed and his seatbelt on and do speeding and shit, right? Smoking drugs when he know better. Like not in your mouth don't have anything to do with the
I don't
prefrontal
know,
cortex.
but
I'm
It
gonna
does,
tell you that
bro.
right now.
What if what if at a younger age
y'all
some
got it.
wild shit happen? You mean to tell me that doesn't affect
Don't let
that
that
child
8-year-old again.
neurologically? Again, no, again, bro, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're trying to win the
It
argument.
affects the
I'm saying we're
decision
talking.
making. I'm
All right, bro,
sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead.
If you got a 16-year-old child that's struggling with impulse control, that reason why they bring up prefrontal, and I'm assuming that driving, I know because everybody keep bringing driving, but driving ain't 16 in my state, so they keep going up. I don't know why they keep. I guess it's insurance purposes, but the prefrontal lobe conversation I'm having is when I looked it up
Yeah,
before.
in my state, I had my driver's permit. My son had his driver. My son and daughter had their driver's permit at 15 years old.
Okay. Well, we also
15.
know in the but we also know in the Midwest there's a certain level of agriculture that has to do with that too. Because I know in Ohio, I had my driver's license at a very young age, but that had to do with having the ability to drive tractors and such also. So that wasn't all just that. But that's neither here nor there. Let me just get this out. So my point is, what they struggle with that prefrontal lobe not being developed is risk assessment and impulse control. So when you are seeing this rapper, this great guy, because I'm assuming Bambaataa must have been this hallowed figure, especially during that time. It's not easy to just say that a 16-year-old, it's a less chance that a 16-year-old would even see the risk. They'll see the risk, yes, but maybe not know where to go that far. And then even if we are talking about a different situation where impulse would be involved, they will act impulsively. You know, if we're talking about drill, they don't really have a they'll act impulsively. Yeah, they might kill somebody and not necessarily understand the ramifications of their actions per se. They might understand the ramifications, but the gravity, that's the word I'll use. The gravity of what they did. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, adults do it too, but you see those pictures of the courtroom. I watch court shows on YouTube. That's actually what I enjoy more than anything besides sports. And you'll see the videos of the children who have killed somebody, and then, you know, they sitting up there dancing and laughing and giving them the middle finger and, you know, jeering at them and acting like everything is a game. Now, they usually sober up once they get sentenced, but for the most part, they don't have any remorse, any kind of feeling towards, you know, for what they did, because they're just acting impulsively. They're just damn near all emotions. You would hope as an adult, that's the difference between us and children. You would hope as an adult you gained some emotional intelligence, and that's where children lack. So I'm not defending it. I don't even think we're talking about Ron Savage, because if he got diagnosed with Tourette's and epilepsy, then that explains a lot of it. But even under a sane child, children like that end up in those kinds of circumstances all the time. They end up human trafficked. And I think the worst thing I could say to a child that's a victim of human trafficking, or a child that's a victim of molestation, I think the last thing I would be saying to you is that you knew better. I don't think I would start there.
Brass, you just expand the argument now, and that is good. We're moving away from bee stinger to a general topic now, and this is good. This is a good part of it. Impulse control, and because I'm a blackologist, how important is impulse control in the black community? When we watch the news, and everybody in here know about the Kia boys, or the Kia cars were so easily to jumpstart with a thumb drive. The socket, when you tear it apart, you could use a thumb drive to initiate the ignition. Right. It wasn't any smart move. It wasn't any brilliant thing. It was just they figured out that you could use anything. Once you report the ignition of most cars, you can use anything to start it, to turn it over.
Yeah, you can use a flathead screwdriver.
Right. Now, the question is, if a child is constantly doing the same thing over and over again and getting into trouble, black, white, Indian, anybody, is it now undeveloped frontal cortex, or is that child just retarded?
No, we don't call them retarded. That's what I was trying to say to you earlier. Thank you for bringing that back up. We don't call them retarded, Stu. We call them. No. Listen. I'm gonna say what we say. And every black child in here, every black grown man in here has heard this term before. You hard-headed. Like some kids, and adults do this too. It's not just exclusive to children. You hard-headed, and your grandmother or somebody will tell you a hard head make a soft ass. So sometimes, pause. This is wild.
Well, an example of being absolutely, that's an absolute characteristic of me. A hard-headed little ass nigga.
Right. So, but in that term, stupids, where the responsibility, we understand that the responsibility has to fall on the child, but here's the difference. I tell my son all the time, bro. He has an app on his phone where I can see where he is, right? No matter where he at, I can see where he is. I can set off his phone like a foghorn if he don't answer the phone when I call him. Mm-hmm. Now, for me, it's like it just gives me a level of comfort. It ain't gonna help me if somebody snatches ass and take him to Texas or some shit. I hate to put that on Texas. take them to some hostel or something. You know, it ain't gonna help me, but it helps me get through my day. That at least I can look at my phone and see where my son is at all times. In reality, all I can see is where his phone actually is. He don't know that I got an air tag. You know, well, you know, it is what it is. So
Yeah.
the second point, my point is though, what our parents would tell us is you don't have to always find out
Right.
what the worst scenario is. It's kind of like the stove. Like, listen, little nigga, the stove is hot. If you the kind of child that needs to find out the stove is hot by burning your fucking hand, bro, fine. But I'm telling you that the stove is hot. It's just in certain areas, like the way Reggie advertised the Bronx. When you find out that the stove is hot in the suburbs, you find out the stove is hot, you just send your hand, this, that, and the other. You know, you make a mistake, you do something, the repercussions ain't that crazy. In the Bronx, when you find out that the stove is hot, you might end up in Bambatta's house because that's the penalty for your actions. So also, there's a certain level of society. Like, remember where I was doing this at. You know, we got caught a few times, but my friends that was in where they went. It was just different repercussions. So we don't call it retarded. That's a long way to say we don't call it retarded. Some kids gotta find out the hard. You find out the hard way.
All right, where I grew up, and this is totally different than the American experience. I went to a good high school. You have to get good grades to get to good high school. Think about like a magnet school. But above me, there was another magnet school at another level that the rich kids go to. Campion College, it's called. That the rich kids go to. I had friends who went there, so I used to go up there. And the kind of mischief that they could get away with, I knew that I couldn't get away with it because their fathers were lawyers, judges, government, XYZ, all of the top of the notch children went up there, the rich kids. Mm-hmm. No, the question I'm asking is that, are you saying that we, the kids in America, is so unaware of their situation and their environment that I cannot make that comparison between kids in the ghetto in Jamaica and kids uptown, understanding that what uptown kids can get away with, they're not going to jail. The father going to bail them out. They have lawyer money. Is it that in the Bronx, the kids in the Bronx weren't aware of the situation, weren't aware of the predators around them, that kids in America are not aware, that black kids not aware? That's why we have the Kia boys?
No, I think... No, I think the difference.
The crazy part is we actually had this same conversation along those same lines, QPs. Y'all remember when I was telling y'all, maybe it was like 3 weeks ago, maybe it might have been a month ago, right? When I was telling y'all how my grandparents felt like I should know better, right? When they explained to me, like, yo, little black ass nigga, you see how dark your motherfucking skin is? You can't get in trouble like them other little white kids over there. You need to have your shit together because you ain't got no room for mistakes. You fuck up. All it's going to take for your little black ass is one fuck up. And then your life is fucked. You know what I'm saying? So we keep having the same conversation, and the conclusion is that black kids don't have a clue. Ain't nobody in their life to tell them no better.
No, I think I would agree with Corey there. I think it's just the penalty for being black in America and doing something wrong has always been different than doing something wrong as any other race. And that's as an adult, a child, or otherwise. Simple mischief by a child, a black child, you can get fingerprinted for that shit.
And it's the same. It's the same for me in Jamaica as a black child, and especially as a poor black child. The difference in Jamaica is that if you're rich, you might have a better leeway. Just like here, if you're rich as a black child, your parents might be able to afford a lawyer, so you might have consequences. But if you put them back anywhere around the world, you get knowledge from your peers, from the schools that dug up what
No, no, right. No, I'm not disagreeing with what
out of
you're
it.
saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying in that. I'm saying in some neighborhoods, when you make a mistake, it don't the consequence ain't a wild predator driving around. It's just not. But it's just we having a real conversation in the neighborhoods that some of us live in. When you do make that mistake, it ain't you're not going to end up with Africa Bambaataa. Like Africa Bambaataa, he's not driving around my neighborhood with a van. Like y'all, I know y'all remember, and Logic kept making a joke about it, but I know y'all remember when Reggie kept describing the Bronx. And the only thing I could think of is like, that don't even sound like a city. Sounds like a open air prison. Like it's like he was basically describing it in a way where you couldn't walk down a stairwell without getting violated in some way. Forget getting in a cab or something.
Brooklyn and Bronx. Yeah, Brooklyn and Bronx in the late 70s, early 80s. Let me just say this. Brooklyn and Bronx in the late 70s and early 80s wasn't desirable. That's why half the Jamaicans ran away from Brooklyn and ran away from Bronx in the 80s and came to Florida. Because it was becoming a cesspool. And they wanted to save the children. So even though they couldn't afford Florida, and the wages in Florida was far less than the wages in New York, Brooklyn, Philadelphia, New Jersey, they had to leave because it was becoming a cesspool. Reggie not lying. Reggie not lying about that.
I'm not saying
right?
he's lying. I'm not saying he's lying. What I'm saying is that young child, the young child Ron Savage, made the same mistake, the same bad decision that a lot of kids have made in the United States. But when you make a bad decision in other parts of the country or in another situation, it didn't end up with them in a house with Bambaataa.
No, white kids made a mistake and end up on mailboxes. We know that.
Yeah.
In white communities, they end up in mailboxes. Children made mistakes all over the world, and they end up in mailboxes, or they end up disappearing. Right? We know that. And irrespective of where you are, those mistakes.
We had to get a law. I'm going to tell you, when we had to get a law, CPs, adjusted, and it wasn't me that did it. My father worked with the people, but we had to get a law adjusted because and my father knew because he was from Ohio and they didn't do this. When kids would run away in Newark, the police would catch them, right? They would handcuff them, even if the child said he ran away. They would handcuff the child, put him in the back of a cop car, fingerprint this child, run him through the whole thing, run him through the whole basically booking process, and then start looking for his parents. Now, I don't know where y'all from, but being in Ohio, when you run away, I mean, you damn near a celebrity. The guy, you know, the cops is getting you food. They, you know, hey little such whatever, you know, where your parents at, or you know, what's going on with you? You know, we're gonna figure this out. They put out this, and, you know, they figure it out, and then it didn't involve you, you know, holding your nuts and coughing and shit. So we do understand that there is a, when you run, even now you could say running away is a bad decision, right? Running away. And how many, sad to say, how many of these victims of Bambaataa are runaways that ran away from home? Like you said, there would be a house full. They said everybody that talks about it says it's a house full of men and boys at his house. So how many of these kids are runaways that ended up with Bambaataa? Like that ain't hit that, you know, sometimes the consequence is that, but in black neighborhoods, we had to separate. Here's my Blackology, but in black neighborhoods, we had to get that shit banned, where it's like, no, this kid ain't a criminal, he ran away, and running away ain't a crime.
Mhm.
It ain't a
Well,
crime. So,
no, I understand that, Brass. I understand how you're trying to reconcile everything. But there's no. I know that there's no board that we can wrap this up in. There's no board. This is so difficult to address on so many
but
different
for a
levels.
normal child, for a
Yeah,
normal, this is where we will agree, Stu Peas, because we're not talking about Ron Savage no more.
yeah,
For a normal child, when I say normal, I mean not with no mental deficiency
sure.
whatsoever. For a normal child to end up in that situation, as a parent, I am going to say there was a failure somewhere down the line in the communicate. There was somewhere, let's find what went wrong or what number of things went wrong for that child to
Mhm.
end up in that situation. What's the documentary? Just before I watch it.
In
Now,
the 80s in New York
Reggie was very
and
clear
the
when
late
he was
70s,
describing that. Very clear.
especially in the 80s in the crack era, these children were basically left to the streets. And that's why the attitude came up and the development and how they talk, how they speak, how they address issues. The street was a major role model during that time in New York. The New York attitude birthed.
Where is documentary?
And children were exposed to this, not Ron Savage. We're talking about children in general. And many children were left as victims, not to only sexual abuse, but mental abuse. Mike Tyson will talk about how he used to hide between buildings, when the buildings narrow, for safety. Mike Tyson himself used to hide in fear. When you listen to Mike Tyson and you realize the environment, if Mike Tyson was bigger than the average 12-year-old, because when Customer took him, he was 12, and he was bigger than the average 12-year-old, yet he lived in constant fear every day. I understand how a child like Ron Savage, with mental deficiency, would need a level of structure and socialization, and in turn to a pedophile who was out there stalking and looking for victims. And when we talk today about what children going through, even when your children become adult, you live in constant stress as a parent, because no parent in this room cannot tell me that they don't live in constant stress, worrying about the well-being of their children.
Right now, as you're saying it, yes, no question.
Yeah. We live in constant stresses. And that is what we face. That's how my Blackology come into term. I live in constant stress and constant fear. My son is at university in Canada. I live in constant stress. Even the time I talk to him, be wary, listen. Don't put yourself in this position.
I would
Don't
love
do
to
this.
hear the
Don't do that.
conversations
Don't do
between you and the younger Stu Peas.
Don't do this. Don't do that. Wary, accept this, accept that. Don't put yourself in a position where your back is against the wall.
Yeah.
Well, we have those. Everybody in here have this conversation, and anybody in here with children tell me that they don't have this conversation is lying.
No, or they're just terrible parents.
Or the terrible parents.
Just terrible parents. But hey, Stu. So when we talk about this misconception of I'm gonna watch that documentary. I don't see it though in the back. Okay. So in this conversation that we have in Anathema, just so you know where I developed Pride Logic too, Hicks and Chef, where we developed our picture of what Bronx was like in the 70s and 80s. We started doing these who founded hip hop conversations. And in obviously we're talking about the conversation. Damn near unequivocally, every person that the way that or if somebody got to mute their mic, that's not logic. Somebody else. No, man, it's probably not you. I always think it's you because it's the wind. when I every person, Logic or DQ, whoever's in here, y'all could tell me if y'all agree. The way they described the Bronx was pretty much spot on. Any of the documentaries I saw about hip hop at that time, any of the stories I heard from the Black Spades and the Minneapolis Moneys and the Truth Saviors describing all the Bronx, even Dr. Cologne describing the Bronx at the time, they all pretty much said the same thing. That it was damn near like a bomb went off in that motherfucker and nobody picked that shit up. It was fucking abandoned buildings, open air drug markets, open air prostitution. No, I'm gonna watch it. No, listen. I'm not saying I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just saying when you said I have a misconception, I gathered my misconception from the people that grew up there at the time. Oh, that it's actually worse. Oh God, you're saying it's worse? Logic,
Yes.
Hey, Logic, you saying it's worse? God damn. What? That man said it's worse. No.
How is that even possible?
Yeah.
No, you already can't go down the stairs. How can it get any worse than that?
No, I ain't talking about. No, we're talking about What we're like, cause see, we thought you was coming at the conversation from a
privileged lives where we just can't fathom it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it was a
and another was saying is sometimes you don't get all the details.
It was a systematic approach to burn people out, to remove black people from the Bronx. It was a systematic approach. All it was the buildings.
I'm gonna just keep it real with y'all. You get robbed in New Orleans, you gonna probably keep your ass. And it don't sound like this. That's true in the Bronx. I'm gonna keep it real.
Go and look at the Bronx. Go and look at the Bronx. Go and look at the Bronx of what it looked like. Go and look at it. Here's a documentary up on the Bronx.
Logic.
All of New York City like that.
Logic, how long had that been marinating in your brain?
From Brownsville. He's not from the Bronx. Like a lot of people like that.
Wait.
The second he said that,
how long?
The second he said. Since the second he said Bambaataa was just one. He was just one of them. And then you can't. So yeah, I have been thinking that in my head for a little minute.
Yeah, bro. They describe him like he is like Galactus or something. But then when Reggie came in here and said that motherfucking he wasn't even like the tip of the iceberg, I'm like, shit. Yeah. The 50-year predator ain't the tip of the, what the hell is going on?
But Tyson told you, watch Tyson documentary.
Man, I don't get my
Tyson is not from the Bronx. Mike Tyson is from Brownsville.
Yeah.
He's not from the Bronx.
Yeah, hey, see that. Thank you. Because I said that yesterday when everybody kept saying, well, Mike Tyson, I think Chef was saying something about Mike Tyson. I'm like, I thought he was from Brooklyn.
Yeah, he's not from the Bronx. That's why I keep saying, like, y'all keep trying to centralize the Bronx as if that was the only place in New York City that was like that. No, the majority of New York City was like that. A majority of the projects in New York City was like that. When he talk about
that's why I brought up Mike Tyson.
When he talk about,
but that's why I brought up Mike Tyson.
I got you.
You wasn't saying that he was in the Bronx. You just saying New York City in the project.
Was like that. That's what we're saying.
It obviously is around that same age.
Okay.
You know, in the late 70s, early 80s, Mike Tyson was talking about his neighborhood, how they had to watch out for, rapists. Like a motherfucker try to rape you. You know what I mean? So
Preacher. He brought up Preacher the other day. Y'all know about Preacher from New York?
Yeah, the black hand.
Okay, so like it was a whole lot of cliques and crews and gangs and stuff like that who were ruthless. You know what I'm saying? They were ruthless crews. They wasn't like big old gangs like we know of now with Crips and Bloods, but they had small 3, 4, 5 man crews and stuff like that all throughout the city of New York in each borough. Everybody had their own little robbing crews and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
C-Dot,
when,
can I ask you
so
a question? Can I ask you a question? Because I heard
sure.
Reggie talk about sex, money, murder, and ain't
Uh,
that Castle Hill is Hocus 40? What's the name? Hocus 45 and all. That's like
Yeah,
a
that,
blood.
yeah. But in the '80s, it was
now,
sex money. But in the '80s, it was sex, money, and murder, and that's Reggie's
Because
whole family.
I heard Hocus 45 say that before. Sex, money, murder.
Yeah,
And he said
sex,
it was
money,
Castle
murder.
Hill.
Sex, money, murder is a sex, money, murder. I don't know if they was a blood set then, but they're blood set now. But
yeah,
sex,
they
money,
turned
murder
into
back
a
then,
gang
that
bang
was all.
once they
That
went
was
to
all.
prison.
Yeah, that was all his brothers.
The gang banging in New
Oh, so
York
he from
came
the
from the
same hood as
prisons
Hocus
in New
45.
York. It didn't
Huh?
come from the streets of New York. It came from the prisons of New York.
And no,
That's where the
please,
gang banging.
see that, please don't do that. Because
What?
we had this conversation, we argued for 3 days. Let's not talk about gangs in New York. Just let's not. Because nobody. I said the same thing you said, and I ended. I don't even want to put you in the same spot I was in. But let's just move. Let's go back to I don't know, something else.
Yeah, we'll talk about the buildings. I mean, because like I said, Stupid and them is right about the buildings, or what, especially in the Bronx, where they had a bunch of rundown buildings that the owners were basically setting fire to in order to collect
Yeah.
insurance. So a lot of the buildings out there was all run down or whatever, or they was dilapidated. And what they would do a lot of times in order to have some of these parties and shit like that, they would go and they would get in one of these bandos, as we call them today. They would go and take one of these abandoned buildings or these abandoned apartments and shit, and throw parties out of them. They'll hook up the electricity and all that shit or whatever, and they'll be throwing parties.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, exactly. It's in several movies, but that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? In order to go out and have fun. But that's also a reflection of what it was like, the freedom of kids back then. You know what I'm saying? Kids back then were free to just be out and about. You know what I'm saying? Even when I was a kid, I'm 42. But when I was a kid, I was way more free to be outside, like system and everything. I'm kind of at 11, 12. But that he now imagine trying to do. Like, it's situations I had as a kid where I could have died. And I ain't think about it as a kid, but now that I'm an adult, I sit back and, you know what I mean, contemplate on it, and I'm like, damn, bro, I really could have died. And I didn't think about that as a kid. But that's also a reason why I say that our minds ain't fully developed as children. We have no idea. We don't have the proper sense of danger as kids. Even all the way up, like I got a 25-year-old son today, right now, who still be making mistakes and shit. He should know better not to be making, because he was taught better. But because of the fact that he is just now starting to grow out of that childish mindset, I'm already seeing a difference. At the age of 20, he literally just turned 25 on October the 20th. I mean, October the 28th. So, and the difference between this year and last year is tremendous. It's a huge differential. So some kids develop faster than other kids do. My youngest daughter, she'll be 18 this month, on the 20th of this month. She knew better. She knew better than to do half the shit he did last year. You know what I'm saying? It just shows that she's more mentally developed than he is, even though she's way younger.
See that? I'm not
She's 7
laughing
years
at
younger
this.
than him.
See that? I'm
No, I got you.
laughing
No,
with
you
you.
cool.
See that? I'm laughing with you because I understand the stressors that you're going through. And you cannot deny that you go through stressors just thinking about that boy. That boy,
Oh yeah.
you understand? That's why I'm laughing with you. I'm not laughing at you.
I'm feeling the Chevron moment coming over, bro. Because at this point, with all the information that we can spread about the Bronx, yo, if you done moved to the Bronx and somebody lose their ass, it's your fault. That's what I'm saying.
What?
Nah, but I'm saying though, even with the middle part, like I said, I grew up gangbanging. You know what I'm saying? And that was
You should have knew better.
On my son. Hold on, wait. That's one thing I always pressed on my son not to do. Because once I had my son, my whole life changed. My son and my daughter, my first two changed my whole entire life and my whole thought process.
You had
So when
something to
as
lose.
they
You
were
had
growing
something
up,
to lose.
I kept
See that? You had
right,
something to
right.
lose.
But you're right. But and that's when I started saying, okay, well, I'm gonna make sure that I put into my son's head to not get into the gangbanging life. And guess what that did?
Put him
Instead
right
of
into
him
the
being
gangbanging life.
ins- instead of him being a neighborhood creep, he turned into a fucking pirate.
Yeah. Bro,
This
we were just saying this
you know what
yesterday.
I'm
See,
saying?
I told you. Y'all think like people who don't have kids they think, well, if you just tell them not to do it, then they ain't gonna do it. And the parents, if you're a parent and you listening, in a lot of cases, when you tell the thing that you tell your child not to do, the boy that you tell your daughter not to date, that is exactly what they're gonna try to do, and that is exactly the boy they're gonna try to date. It is what it is until they figure it out, until they get burned, until something go wrong, and you just gotta hope and pray that the consequences of their bad decision, that's your job as a parent. Create a life where you ain't in the Bronx, where if you make a bad decision, you end up in the house with a grown man. Create a life to where when they make a bad decision, you could do something about it, or it's at least somehow alleviated. You know what I mean? Or you've pressed it so much that the decision ain't so far away. You know what I'm saying? Like my son's done a lot of crazy things. Well, actually, he's kind of corny. My daughter did a lot of crazy things when she was younger, but she never did something so crazy. Like it's crazy until you hear what their friends is doing. Then you like, oh yeah, I gotta say. If you look at your kids and you want to complain about your children, just visit a local juvenile hall of kids around the same age as your child, and you'll realize your child is doing really well, bro. It ain't as bad as even you trying to make it. So no, see that
That's a fact.
I fully concur with what you saying about that. Fully.
That is a fact. Nah, I ain't from LA. I'm from Georgia. My mom, the crazy part about nah. Let me tell you, it's a long story to it. It's a crazy connection because, like I said, my mama and that side of my family is from New York. But at a young age, of course, because the Bronx was so wild and everything, my mama, my aunt, out of the 7 kids or 8 kids, I'm sorry, that my grandmother had, she sent 5 to California. So my mama, my aunt, and 2 of my uncles all grew up in California. So yeah, so and then from there, from California, they moved to Georgia. You know what I'm saying? They moved to actually Waynesboro, Georgia, which is country out there, probably about 30, 40 miles away from Augusta, Georgia. They moved out there, and that's where my mama went to school or went to high school at. So I was born in Augusta, Georgia, but I still, I still have family in California and in New York. So that's how my gangbanging ties ended up with, what I'm saying, me having a connection to California. But it was still gangbanging in Georgia, what I'm saying, throughout my entire lifetime. I just had a one-on-one connection with LA, unlike a lot of other people. Right. Right. That's why. Exactly. I wasn't on the set. Exactly. I wasn't directly on the set, but the thing about it was, even in Atlanta, what I mean, you still had that gang influence because Atlanta initially didn't run off of, they didn't run off of gangs. I mean, Crips and Bloods and all the popular gangs, folks and GDs and all, I mean, GDs and Vice Lords and all of that. They ran off of neighborhoods. So, like, if you stayed in Bankhead Courts, or you stayed in Allen Temple, or you stayed in Hollywood Courts, like those were the gangs. So, depending on where you lived in Atlanta, that was your set for the most part. And then it kind of branched off, graduated a little later on with Crips and GDs mainly, and then later on came the Bloods. So that's that was the dichotomy in the South or whatever with gangs or whatnot. But yeah, it fucked me up. When my son told me like, yeah, that you know what I mean, because I'm open with my son. I try to be straightforward with him and let him know the realities of things and how things work. But my problem was I didn't realize because, like I said, the Bloods came later, and I didn't realize the neighborhood he was living in at the time and the school that he was going to was infested with them. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to school every day, trying to stay away from the gangbanging shit, but he got that peer pressure on him. Guys up there at school, they know me. Some of them know me as being a gangbanger from my past. So they like, nigga, hey, you gotta stay down and get out. It's you gotta lay down and get out. It's one of the two. So he was forced into that whole thought process at a time that I'm not even knowing what's going on. So by the time he's affiliated with the blood gangs, I'm thinking, he actually focused in doing the right thing when nah, like they in his head at school. So it was just something as a parent I had to try to maneuver through in order to try to get his mind off of that shit the same way I got my mind off of it and to start viewing other black people differently. Those.
You heard them, please?
Yeah, man, I'm sorry to hear that.
He's not the only one. I have a co-worker. When she showed me the bike that her son have, I told her, listen, he was Jamaican, so I told her, listen, tell your son that the bike can stay and him go, or him can stay and the bike go, but him and the bike can't stay. And she said, no, man, he is responsible. Less than a week later, he crashed the bike. Now, he can't walk by himself, he can't eat by himself, brain damage. The army, he got disability out of the army. That you're right. Sometimes children want to do what they want to do, and it go for the same for everybody. And it go for the same thing for everything that we've been saying. That we can equip them the best we can, but is it that the brain not fully developed? But I understand. I understand. I understand where we're coming from. All of us in here have our own stories. But sorry about that or nothing, man. I feel it now. I don't feel it. I can't. I don't know how I could deal with that. But I understand.
I'm wondering, like, how you even, like, I don't, I mean, I don't mean to dig into or bring nothing back up, bro. I'm just wondering, like, how do you know what I mean? How you push forward? Like, cause I can't imagine, bro. I really can't imagine. Like, I'm wondering, like, what kind of, like, how long it take you to even get back to normal, bro? Man, that makes so much sense right now, bro. I was like that broke down a whole lot from just what I thought about you as an individual. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like especially with the, you know what I mean, with you and Q Butter or whatnot. Because I was always kind of wondering, like, you know what I mean, why you was, you know what I mean? Because I was there when that shit, you know what I mean, when y'all falling out kind of went down and shit or whatnot. And I was wondering, like, why are you so passionate about this shit, bro? Like, it ain't that serious. And that, but I get it now. Like, it make that shit make a lot of sense now. So,
Stu Peas, you giggling, man. You ain't never heard of this?
Huh?
Why you giggling? I say you giggling, man. You ain't never heard this before, son?
Hear about any what?
I say you giggling.
Giggling
I'm
in terms
trying
of
to
what?
figure. I'm trying to figure out why I keep hearing you snicker.
No,
I'm
no,
trying
no,
to
no,
figure out
chicken.
what
I'm
you
making
laughing.
some fried dumpling. I'm in the kitchen.
Okay.
I'm off today. I'm needing up some flour. I'm not giggling.
Bet.
No, man, I can't giggle about that. That kind of loss. I
right.
don't think I could come back from that loss. I can be honest about it. I don't think I could come back from that loss. But that's what I said.
Oh,
That's why I had to change my argument when I say I understand. I can't understand that. I can't understand it because I don't know if I could come back from that loss.
yeah. Yeah, that shit. That's some true strength. Like I said, I don't know. I done been through a lot. I've taken a lot of pain, bro, but I don't know how I could do it. So I can't do nothing but salute, brother. For real. And get through something like that.
Okay. Well, I was sitting on one of the cases in this problem.
Yeah, not huh?
Now, hey, no. Nah, I feel you. I was just about to say because I don't want to make it like I'm saying I agree with you now because I still disagree with you as far as you know what I mean. As far as what we was talking about yesterday with you know what I mean that brain function. You right about it not really making a difference, but I think that it is still a key factor. You know what I'm saying? I think it's still a reason why you can't necessarily hold the kid completely responsible because like the example I gave of my son with like I said him just now starting to get out of the mindset of that kiddie shit, you know what I'm saying, with 3 kids of his own. So you know what I mean, and he's just now starting to transition his mindset into something that benefits him instead of something that takes away from him. And that's with positive motivation. Like all the people around him have been positive throughout his entire life. He went to not private school, but charter schools. Like he's exceptionally smart. But and it wasn't about him. It was about the peer pressure from his environment. He dealt with peer pressure in his environment the same way that a lot of kids that age did, which was the tribalism mindset. I did it. I fell for that same. The tribalism mindset was what I fell into, and I didn't realize it. I didn't even realize the tribal. I didn't realize that mindset until I was in my 30s, and started to realize, okay, well, damn, hold on, now that might not be beneficial to my kids, or you know what I'm saying, my brother's kids, my sister's kids, and none of like I can't just look at everything based on my perception of it. I got to look at it based on everybody's. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Especially the people that look like me.
yeah. Also, see that um, you the older you get, you realize when you're a child, you think everybody's thinking about you, and that's something that you know most people have to learn, and most adults don't even realize it. But when you're a child, you think when other people go home, you at the front of their mind. So if you know once you know what you was wearing that day when you fell or you embarrassed yourself or you know you wore the wrong sneakers that your mother bought, you think that they go home and think about that. And part of the reason why you get older you stop caring is because you start realizing like shit, the reality of trying to keep up with the Joneses, the reality of trying to um live a life that other people accept. A lot of times when you live in a life that other people accept, that's how you end up with all kinds of children in jail, you know, things like that. So we have those conversations. But I wanted to ask Fetty a question just to change it real quick because he put something in the general chat. I want to get educated. Well, not. I want to have a conversation on real quick. So Fetty put Robert Plomin argues that genetics is more important than parenting in shaping a child's outcomes, with DNA accounting for about half of the differences in psychological traits. He suggests parents have less control than they believe and should shift their role from trying to mold their children to being a resource manager, helping children discover their own interests and abilities. However, he notes that parenting is still important for the child's present happiness and well-being. Could you expound on that a little bit? Or I don't know if you are a place where you could talk, but could you just give me an idea of what that just a better idea than what that thing can say?
I mean, to simplify, he has an article on it. He's a geneticist, but like a lot of the shit that we talking about dealing with telling somebody something and them not internalizing it, or that parent or whoever saying that is kind of like either confused or whatever regarding the development of what they think that child should be. And I think what he's saying is that when it comes to behavioral genetics, you realize again, like the impulsivity that we was talking about, and a lot of other things that we just expect before this data came out. Parents will probably look at a child and say, "What the fuck is wrong with the child?" But we realize, with more findings, that a lot of this shit is genetic. So like, even when you say it's responsibility on the child, I agree. Like, I'm an accountability guy, but like, even when I read a lot of this shit, it goes back to the whole like, yeah, that 16-year-old has responsibility, but what if he's making decisions, whether it's impulsivity, joining the get, doing whatever? What if he's really fighting something biological to where, like, no matter what you really say, your idea of who your child may be ain't in the cards.
Oh, so like basically, like no matter how you parent, that child may end up in the situation they end up in because it's basically encoded or ingrained per se.
Yeah, well, like you said, half of the variance when dealing with psychological traits for each individual is inheritable. Like, it is genetic. So like, again, like it's just interesting hearing like a lot of old school parenting philosophies and a lot of shit that's coming out to kind of either support or kind of not debunk it, but make you realize like even a lot of rhetoric that parents have had for eons, it don't really add up to what we seeing in the nuance of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the go ahead.
It seems to me. It seems to me that it seems like a lot of. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that was a good point.
Go ahead, Corey. You was gonna say something?
Yeah. And no shots to nobody, right? We all, well, a lot of us are.
Here we go.
A lot of us are
It's a
parents.
shot to everybody. No. I just want to be clear. No shots to everybody, but everybody put their bulletproof vest on. Go ahead, bro.
Right. I'm saying we're all parents. We're all parents, or most of us are parents in here. A lot of us are parents. I'll say it like that. A lot of us are parents in here. What I think the problem is, because my problem with my dad a lot of the times is he didn't think I understood a lot of the shit that I actually understood. You see what I'm saying? Because he thought I was a kid, right? But I actually understood a lot of shit. as a kid, right? And I think a lot of the time, some of this rhetoric that I'm hearing today, I don't want to say it as I don't know another term. Some of the things we're saying today um, is I think it's part of the problem. You know, because like I don't think it take a science class to raise a child. You know what I mean? I think my grandparents did pretty good. They had 10 kids. 10 kids. They didn't sit down individually with all them kids and how's your prefrontal cortex developing today? Is it developing on time? It wasn't a
Nah,
lot of
it's
that.
just about
I think,
using new information
and
to
what it
get.
does,
It ain't about
and what
that.
it does is it relinquishes the growing up of that child, that the actual development that y'all talking about. I think y'all stealing that from them by not allow it by taking the responsibility off of them. So I can't say like to me like if I was like when my wife be on my got her foot up my 10-year-old's ass and telling her not to be acting like her 4-year-old sister, right? And she should be getting her own clothes ready for school. She responsible for getting her homework done and shit like that. If I come in and say, well, babe, she's 10. Her brain ain't even developed yet. Like you got to go a lot easier on her. And then my wife started washing my baby's ass again. Right? She started brushing her teeth for her like she do my 4-year-old and shit. What would that do to my child? I think a lot of that shit is going on, and there's a lot of these kids. I think kids is more dangerous today than we were in my age. Like a kid would go off and shoot up a goddamn school these days because of so much. Well, he would something. He had this wrong with him. Well, maybe you took the responsibility off of him when he was 12, 10, 11 years old, right? So by the time he gets 16, he ain't got no sense of responsibility. Because the whole time while he 8, 9, 10, 11, he getting his ass patted for him. Mama's coming in the bathroom to help him make sure he get his ass wiped, right, and all the rest of the shit. Like, I think that's terrible for kids. I'm an expert. I think I'm an expert at parenting, right? I put 2 through college and about to put 2 more through that motherfucker, right? I don't have to be hardcore to my kids. I'm not hardcore to my kids. I don't control them, right? But I put my goddamn foot down and my wife don't play no fucking games with them. About, well, you might be you might need to stay home because today is a health day and you might be feeling some type of pressure or no, ain't no fucking peer pressure. I told you don't be doing what the other motherfucking kids do. Now if you do what the other kids do, this is the consequence. You understand? See, every time my wife disciplining my daughters, right, I noticed this now. I don't think she did this with my older 2, right? I noticed what she say to them. She's after she's done what she's saying, she looks at them and say, "Do you understand?" And what they say, "Yes, mama." Because and you know why? She's looking for the response because if they say yes, mama, that means they understand what the fuck she's saying, and she expects them. Now again, somebody gonna come in and say, "Well, kids don't do everything." That's when she whooped their ass. There's a responsibility there and a consequence. I told you not to have them shoes all up and down these goddamn stairs. So when I come up and down these goddamn stairs, I don't break my goddamn neck. Now I come in the house, goddamn it, and there's shoes all up and down these motherfucking stairs. She gonna tap that little ass one time.
But you realize those same things is why like a lot of 6-year-olds find coaches and shit like that because
there was a
like the spirit of what you're saying is right and exact. I agree with that philosophy of worst case come down to it, you might gotta whoop your kid ass. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time,
it ain't even about the whooping. It's about the responsibility.
Science can show, right?
It's not about the whooping. It's about responsibility and consequence.
Let me finish.
I'm saying you cut me,
again, something can be morally, like you said, that's morally. I'm not knocking that, but at the same time, you trying to help another situation, i.e., trying to prevent your child from going to a certain place. And if that happens to them and you whip their ass, you kind of added an extra problem to it because the science has shown us, although it's a good intent, that could be traumatic to that child, and which makes that young teenager confined into
I said,
people. Go ahead.
you missed my point because you interrupted
I
me. You
didn't,
missed
bro.
my point.
I didn't. I was
All
just
you
trying to
heard was
bring
the
it home.
ass
You
for the
cut
part.
me off. I mean, you cut me off without me finishing.
Well,
But
you
I
cut
mean,
me off. Actually, I was still talking when you came in and
I,
cut me off. What
I
I was
mean, I got
saying
you. But I
is
thought.
there
Go ahead.
is a responsibility, and when there's responsibility, you have to have a consequence. And when you taught that at a young age, you understand how to navigate through life better. You understand how to navigate yourself to football practice, to basketball practice, right? To your friend's house, to the party, to wherever. As it graduates, as you grow older and older, and it graduates, you get more and more responsibility. Now you get to go stay overnight. Now you get to take the car, the family car, and all that. You graduate, right? The reason why you let the kids graduate because they've already showed some type of responsibility, and they've been given consequences when they don't show that responsibility.
And
So if
sometimes they're not
the
gonna follow through with the
10-year-old can face
consequences. You can give them all the consequences and all of that, but some gonna do what they want to do. Like that's why I'm looking at a lot of the young street.
Nobody's saying kids ain't gonna misbehave. Are you kidding me?
No, I got you. Yeah, I'm not saying that you saying that, but I'm saying like the consequences and the reinforcements that you're talking about for certain kids. For one, all teenagers ain't the same. So I feel your personal situation and how your situation is handled as far as you and your children, and that's commendable. But all children ain't gonna respond that way, no matter how many consequences, whatever. They just gonna they either have a personality or behavior about them that more times than not the parent don't even understand, especially when they 16 to 18, because you've never seen them in an environment to where you're not there controlling it. So it's like it's the coaches and the teachers that really see who your child really is. Like, let's be 100. So I'm saying like a lot of those things that was positively reinforced by the parent can be detrimental, like whipping their ass. That's just, I mean, I'm realizing that.
So, would you say
I knew all right. So
when you have children, are you gonna be one of them timeout parents? You think?
No, and that's what I'm saying.
Seriously,
Like,
I mean, you had to have thought about it based on the science.
Yeah, for sure. When I look at this, I realize I can't expect, or I can't have grandiose expectations for my child. I gotta look at my future child. I gotta look at the skills they got, and be very attentive early on, and just like Robert Plomin said, just be a source of making sure whatever talents they got, resource and make sure that they're going to maximize whatever talents or whatever they got, and I can't project what I want for my child onto them. And yeah, I'm gonna probably whip their ass and shit like that, but it's a threshold to it because I don't even have to tell the children I'm gonna have about prefrontal cortex. It's not about hold on. It's not about sitting down with the child talking about the prefrontal cortex. It ain't about that.
feel sorry for the kids.
God damn, why niggas get let you finish, bro?
Quick question, Corey. Hold on, Corey. Corey and Fetty.
Yeah, they came. Let me finish, bro.
Corey and Fetty. What the fuck
I don't
going
know what beat this nigga got
hold
with me.
on, real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and ask. I'm gonna talk about the elephant in the room. What the fuck going on with y'all two, bro?
I don't know. It's him. I don't know. He said I said some shit in the previous conversation. I don't even remember.
Y'all like it seems like lately y'all can't even talk to each other.
It's him, bro. I'm trying to figure out where all the smoke coming from.
Since last week, I just quit liking him.
I don't like you neither, nigga. Your ass goofy as hell. All you do is cry. You just cry all day.
How the fuck you gonna, Corey? How the fuck you gonna open your mouth and say, you know what? I don't know.
And he don't even remember. That nigga
It was sometime last week. I just stopped liking the nigga.
That nigga goofy, bro. He the main nigga talking about put your pussy is pink.
No, but he's honest though. Wait, but you gotta respect. You got
nigga goofy, bro.
no, but you gotta respect that kind of honesty though. You gotta respect that.
But I'm saying he's the main nigga talking about why are you so emotional? Why are you so pussy? He's carrying over conversations from a week ago that he can't even remember. Who's the real whole ass nigga? Like who's the real nigga?
He said I just don't like you no more. What do you want?
Like, bro, this nigga, and he's so emotional, he got to carry it into new conversation. What that say about him? What that say about him? And he got to carry it into new conversation. What kind of whole shit is that?
Bro, at least he told you.
Nigga, I took your girl or something, nigga. What the fuck?
At least he told you. At least most times in these rooms, motherfucker won't even tell you. At least he told you, bro.
And you know
at least he let you know, bro.
But look, have I even been talking that much this whole week?
No, I don't. I haven't either, so I couldn't answer.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, ask him what did I say? Ask him what did I say to make him so mad. He ain't gonna remember.
But he can hear you.
No, I remember. I just don't want to get into the discussion.
Man, that nigga goofy as hell.
Hold on, go ahead, Corey.
He can't even remember what the fuck we.
You asked him a question. He's trying to answer it. Go ahead, Corey.
No, I said I remember exactly what he said to make me not like him. I just don't feel like having a discussion about it right now.
Exactly. This nigga brain is fried. He don't even remember.
My brain is fried. Yep.
Shit fried. That's why you gotta stop smoking that black. That black frying your brain.
Here you go.
You probably ain't even fixed the black and mild neither. You probably ripped that bitch straight out the package and fried it up.
Yeah, hey, here come the gas. Like,
when you ain't construction, you ain't got time to do
you goddamn savage. You ain't even fixed the mouth.
You ain't even hype the bitch up.
You ain't even take the cancer saber out. You just took it out and let it rip. You a savage.
Absolutely.
But listen, I'm gonna stand on this point though. The fact that he told you, you got to have some appreciation for that.
Not really, because he's the same guy preaching, why you're so emotional? Why is your pussy pinched? And he the main nigga who emotional. We've all had disagreements. We've all had disagreements, right? I've never brought a previous conversation. I've never had smoke so much from a previous conversation to why I carry it over days later. That's bitch shit to me. That's whole shit. So you just admitted that you do that.
It was pretty egregious.
Yeah. If what I said that you can't remember, is that egregious to where you got to carry it over into new conversations, then cool. You be that whole ass nigga. That's
he said he remembered.
Because I asked him yesterday. The nigga said he couldn't remember yesterday. He's lying. He's lying.
He said he didn't want to
yesterday. Come on, man. That nigga couldn't even remember.
He said it a couple weeks ago. That's fine. Yo, do you know in the past 5 minutes you done called that man 5,000
Bro, this nigga been
names,
disrespectful for the past week, bro, and I've been trying to be cordial. I really been trying to be cordial with this nigga. Nigga called me a bitch ass nigga over a Kaepernick comment that I won't even like. This nigga been acting like a hoe ass nigga for the past week.
Look, and I'm not mad about it, bro.
I know, because it's so evident. You just gotta own it. I know.
I mean, if I'm acting like a hoe right now,
I'm saying you going against your whole. Your pussy is pinched, but you the main nigga on your period now.
I never said I didn't get pussy pinched. It would be one thing if I said, you know what, I ain't never a pussy pinched nigga. No, I never said
but
that.
You it makes sense now when you be crying over aunt. You just a crybaby. You just the more I think about who you is as a nigga, you just cry. Like you talk about you just a crybaby ass nigga. You just a crybaby ass nigga, bro. I get it now.
Crybaby G.
I get it. All you do is cry. You just cry all day, and yeah, bro. And you know what's so crazy? I was rooting for your blue collar ass, nigga. I told you do a show on Booker T. I was in your corner for a little bit. I was like, yo, do the show with Booker T.
Bro, all this because he don't.
Wait. Because of me.
Betty. All this because the nigga told you he didn't like you. Y'all on a different page now, brother. You can't do all this because he said he don't like you.
I don't need to be
Oh
agreeing
God!
with Fetty, but Fetty was right. Though. I agree with this
That is
particular argument.
difficult to
I think
like.
Fetty
I
was
mean,
right.
everybody
I
always
agree with
gonna
his
get
side,
into it with
but
that
I
every
don't
day. He's
never agree
pretty
with Fetty.
difficult to like. None of y'all won't
What'd
admit
you
it,
say?
but I
What'd
will.
you say? See that?
Yeah, I said I don't never agree with Fetty, but in this particular argument, I think he had better points because I think that when you try to like generalize everybody based on your personal situation, and then you kind of throw away everybody because everything I said about my kids, like I don't believe in gentle parenting at all. You know what I mean? But the fact that I'm not the type of parent, but also not the type of parent to just be like, I'm gonna beat my child anytime they do something. You know what I'm saying? Like they understand, they
I never
respect
said
me
that.
enough.
I never said
To,
whoop them every time though. Because
I
I'm
know, I know.
mentioning
I'm
thinking
not saying that. I'm
now.
not saying
Now
that. I'm
I'm
not saying that's what
getting
you
every
said.
time.
I'm just saying as far as like my kids being able to respect
So why
me,
would you
and
bring that up
when
in
I
the
say
context of
something.
what I said though?
No,
This is why I don't like Betty. Or shit like
I'm
that.
not talking about you. I'm talking about what Fetty was saying though, because Fetty was talking about how physical interactions can be bad. So that's what I'm saying. Like I wasn't just talking about what
Oh
you
man, he
saying.
ain't have to
I'm
read
talking
no
about
fucking book to say that. Like
talking about the
nobody had to read the book
interactions.
or hear Betty say any of that
Bro, what I'm
shit,
saying,
bro.
I'm saying, but when you lost me though, Corey, the person you lost me at is in the beginning when you said you're a professional parent. There is no such thing. No parent is perfect, my G.
I didn't say I
When
was a
you
professional. I
claim
said
that
I'm an
you're a perfect
expert.
parent, I automatically got
No, he said
my
he was.
red flag
No,
go
it's
up.
not what he said. He said he was an expert. He said he was an expert.
Yeah, expert. That's what I'm saying. Like expert
Okay.
Well, I am.
parenting is
I am.
to perfect parenting, which I don't think there's a such thing
Expertise, you
out
know,
there at all.
expertise is an opinion, right? In
Hey,
my opinion, I'm
I
an
know,
expert.
I ain't trying to
but
be funny.
it's
See that?
also a master opinion.
Hey, see that? I ain't trying to be funny. My mom had 13 kids. G. She's a goddamn master teacher. And we all
I don't
different. I think she.
listen.
I think she qualifies as a master teacher.
Both of my grandparents had 8 children apiece. You know what I mean?
Master teachers.
They still
They
made
professional
mistakes
people.
within their
Oh
parenting
no,
with their
yeah,
children.
yeah. But we're
So
not
like
saying they don't
that's
make
my whole
mistakes.
point.
Oh yeah. We're not saying that they don't make mistakes. I think when I
I
say
don't
master
see that.
teacher, no. When I
Hey,
say
Michael
master
Jordan was a
teacher
professional
is,
basketball player.
I would assume that in the first child she made a lot of mistakes. Second child less. Third child less. Fourth child less.
Right.
But then also the reason why I say master teacher is because most people think they geniuses because they raising one child. But if you raising 13 different personalities, all
Yeah,
you
you're a
know,
bad
like
motherfucker.
that,
You're a bad motherfucker.
that's different. All different
Exactly.
genders, all different. Matter of fact, forget and then add this piece. Some of them during the crack era, some of them
Yep.
during fucking internet age, some of them during social media. You might be a motherfucking expert at that. You might, even when your mistakes might be better than what a other parent might do
Absolutely.
correctly.
Absolutely.
You're right. I agree.
Is Michael Jordan a professional basketball player?
He
Yes.
was, yeah.
Well,
That nigga made some mistakes while he was on that court, though, didn't he?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So an expert don't mean flawless. Just to let y'all know that.
Yeah, no, we looking for
okay.
progress.
Yeah, he just broke that
I
down
don't
for me.
trust
I
nobody
take that.
that
That's
It's
exactly what
always
I think.
self-proclaimed.
progress.
I need
Not
an
perfection.
expert to look at that. I don't trust a self-proclaimed.
No, it's always progress, not perfection. And when you lose, matter of fact, you learn more. See, Dot, and you would agree. I know you. I don't know if we grew. I know we say a lot of the same terms and kind of worldview a little the same. But even you don't lose, you learn. So you learn
Right.
way more in the losses than any victories or W's. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I fully agree.
Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Hey. Be careful.
Nah, he,
When you
Corey,
start off a sentence, when you start off a sentence
what he
saying
say?
saying what you said, I might just understand you got to walk on some serious ground because I'm gonna take that shit personal.
I know.
Uh, Yeah, he done raised hundreds. He done raised hundreds of children over 50 years. That nigga is. Yeah, and I
That
think
ain't even funny
too,
right there.
I think
That ain't
too.
funny.
I think too. You know what's funny? The last 2 days has happened. We've actually found conversations that make Corey clutch his pearls. Like I never thought that we would find conversations that would make Corey motherfucking put his hand under his neck.
You're in a
and say,
dangerous area. Yeah, you're in a dangerous area if you got me putting my hand anywhere near my necklace area. You know what I mean? or my cheeks blushing, right? My cheeks getting rosy. Once my cheeks get rosy, you know you in a bad place, buddy.
Yeah, if we got Corey, like, do you hear what these niggas is talking about? But this is factual, bro. If you, and that's what I meant by when I said, even if that kid, I mean, that it's good to, it's not good to find out, but it's comforting to find out. That's even a poor choice of words. It's just better that I found out he had Tourette's and epilepsy. That explained a lot more than if this is just a regular everyday child. But like Logic said, even if it's half jokingly, like Logic said, the motherfucker is the Thanos of that shit that he doing. And you put that motherfucker in a room with a child with even slightly less impairment or any kind of deficiency or in his genetics or whatever, it's over for him. He ain't got a chance. That's how he's been able to be so successful. Especially if the parents ain't standing up. But like I said, the Bronx took an L. The Bronx took a major L. That's no matter how bad it is, the fact that ain't nothing. Florida took an L. If we being honest, there's a lot of places that took an L based on just where was society at. How the hell is Trayvon Martin dead and George Zimmerman still alive? Florida takes an L. All these gangsters, all these thugs, all these shooters. Ain't nothing happening to these motherfuckers that's doing this shit. I ain't having a call to violence, but it's something I thought about numerous times, bro. How the hell is motherfuckers confidently from the Bronx on the internet talking about what Bambaataa did? What did you do? Nothing? You ain't called a cop? I mean, forget kill him. Forget that. You ain't. What have you done? I know somebody called the authorities. What was the lady that did the documentary? This guy got documentaries on him. That's how diabolical he is. He ain't touched a jail. He got documentaries of people trying to shut him down and break his connection to hip hop and museums and shit. This is crazy. So the Bronx takes an L. I don't want to hear all that gangster shit out of the Bronx. I don't want to hear all that. You Florida niggas, until y'all touch George Zimmerman, all y'all niggas is suspect to me. No, other than breathing. For Thanos, how do you expect him to be prepared for Thanos, or what do you do? The guy is the final boss of that shit. 50 years, brother. And matter of fact, and we had to have this conversation too. This is internationally. This ain't like just the Bronx. This man done toured all over the world. Planet Rock was one of the biggest records of in history. But yeah, but Fetty, I was just trying to figure out the genetic thing. If you and Corey going through something or whatever, at least you got the clarity that you know what you stand. So now y'all don't need to talk or really deal with each other like that. So that shit boil over. All right, well, it was real, fellas. No, no, I think we be burying. Yeah, yeah. What was y'all talking about before we? So are we secure on this? Have we? Have we? That's what I'm about to say. Have we secured the difference between Blackology and
God damn. Nigga just show
I,
up and
I
just
think
come
we created
listen,
some
huh?
important check
I
marks and
brought the
criteria.
Blackology back in the room, huh?
Yeah, he said, hey, Mujasi, at least you know how
So,
I just
Yeah.
feel.
before
At least,
Majority talk, before Majority
hold
talk,
on,
right?
Stu, hold on, Stu.
Address that genetic bullshit. Brass need to address that genetic bullshit that was brought to the table.
Okay, I will. Just let
Because,
me make a joke. I'm gonna make a
yeah.
joke and then we'll address it. The Mujasi, at least you
Yes,
know
sir.
what Logic think of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
He really let you said, not in Mujasi back. Let's get this Blackology shit going. So at least you could appreciate we all getting clarity. All right. What's the genetic bullshit? What do you mean by the genetic bullshit, Stupid?
Genetic bullshit that children behavior are directly linked to their genetics. That
he didn't say directly. He didn't say directly.
What did he say? What did he say?
This man go on a
he said that it was partly there's a percentage. I'll read it again. I read it. That's why I asked him to, because if he just said directly, I would have said something, brother.
Sorry to tell you, Stupies, but a little bit of everything we care about, especially when it comes to children, is partially heritable. I'm sorry to tell you, that's where we're at in the field of
listen. You have round seed. You have 28 years of the children. I don't talk to round seed men about children.
Wait, where do you get these fucking?
Every time I have a term for you.
What the fuck is that?
You're a gilpin. You're a gilpin. You're a gelding. I don't talk to geldings about children. I don't know why Corey. I don't know why Corey had a conversation with you.
Why these niggas be getting so mad? Like, what's up with this?
On Father's Day,
on Father's Day, wrong way like this.
On Father's Day, we'd send a truck for you for all geldings. You're a gelding.
Again,
I don't talk to geldings about children. I do not talk to geldings about children.
Let's talk about real life, right?
No, I don't talk to geldings about children.
Your children, right? But again, being a coach, I get to see
No, that don't have. You're a gelding. I don't talk to gelding about children. Because I don't know who's having a conversation with a gelding about children. You're a mule. Mule can't have children.
Again.
I don't talk to mules about children.
If you knew my real life, if you knew my, let's have.
It don't matter. I don't talk to mules about children.
That doesn't matter. All right.
If you have so much love for children, why don't have children of your own?
He moved the goalpost for one. He moved the goalpost for one. He went from talking about a genetic article to now talking about personal shit. Like, which one? Like, you moved the goalpost.
Fetty, I understand it. Just real quick.
These niggas funny, bro.
real quick. I hate to make light of things, but
you doing this.
Yeah, I know, it's always me. The gelding shit, I remember gelding from Game of Thrones. That I didn't know the round seed shit, but I do know gelding from Game of Thrones. And the other part was, and if you say I'm doing that, I actually was trying to get clarity. So Stu Pease, Robert Pullman argues genetics is more important than parenting in shaping a child's outcome. But this is why I say it's not direct, because it says with DNA accounting for about half of the differences in psychological traits. So he's saying, he suggests parents.
How did he come to that number? 50%. Half is 50%. How did he come arbitrarily to a 50% number?
I don't know. Let me finish.
Because there's no scientific way to determine that number.
But if you let me finish reading it, we can get.
Finish reading it. I'll come back.
Okay.
This gelding bring up all kind of bullshit all the time.
Make your beat, daddy nigga, and shut up.
Yeah.
Nigga, why the beat nigga, whatever stew you make, nigga, read an article on behavioral genetics and shut up.
Hold on. It says he suggests that parents have less control than they believe and should shift their role from trying to mold their children to being a resource manager. helping children discover their own interests and abilities. However, he notes that parenting is still important for the child's present happiness and well-being. I don't think that's saying what you're saying, Stu.
No, all right. Let me explain what he's saying. Oh, I interpret it.
Sensationalize everything.
All right.
Everything. What
Gelding, stop talking, please. And I'm going. That's what you don't infecting him, Gelding.
Nigga, fuck you, nigga. You think it's any
something wrong with you? You're in your 30s now, right? You don't have a wife and you don't have children.
You've been
I have a problem with you. I have a problem with you. You're in the 30s, you don't have a wife and you don't have children.
Talk about what I am.
You're a Gelding. You're a Gelding. You behave like a Gelding. You act like a Gelding.
All right, come on.
Man, you've been yapping all day. You've been yapping all day. All you do is yap. You said MLK is a Blackology. You've been talking bullshit all day.
Petty. Hey, whoever fixing their house, mute your fucking mic.
What the fuck is that?
Goddamn power drill. Go ahead.
The conversation is one. The conversation that he's having is one. Nature versus nurture. Nature meaning your genetic component versus nurture parenting. That's what he's talking about. It's a competition that has been going on for many years that people talk about. Are children born a blank slate or are they born predestined? We hear this conversation over the last 30 years. We heard it. No, he's trying to say, without any scientific proof, that 50%, that's an arbitrary number that he pulled out of his ass. So if you can pull a number out of your ass and present it, I am not taking anything that you write seriously, because he cannot scientifically prove that there's 50%. When people present data to you, ask where did they get the data from? If it cannot be conclusive, they cannot make a conclusive statement. And if you heard it before, the only thing he do, he renamed it. He did not say nature versus nurture, but that's exactly what he's talking about. Don't let white people or black people or bright people come to you with dumb argument and you fall for it like a gelding. I finish.
Okay. He left. He took enough shots and said,
"Oh no."
No. He is questioning Korean parenting when Korean experience and he has book knowledge. My doctor has to perform surgery on other people before he perform surgery on me. Irrespective of how many years you go to medical school. You can't come in here talking about parenting to Corey and you're a fucking gelding. I hold my mouth for a long time, I held it. But when they talk about the bullshit about genetics, I say I'm not holding my mouth anymore. That is why Mr. Cohn. Because he's a Cohnish argument that he cannot think about. He does not think for himself. He reads something and run with it as if it's fact. There is no proof for 50%. And that's what the author said. If he even said 5%, there's still no proof. There was never any proof. So why you print something that you cannot prove and make a statement just like that for dumb folks like that gelding to run with it? And everybody here know the argument. That's why when I brought up nature versus nurture.
He's not here.
He's not here, but I'm dumb. And fucking gelding.
Calm down. Y'all can sort that shit out. Y'all can sort that shit out later. All right, we got it. What's up, Red? I see brother Reggie walked in. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, peace, brother Reggie.
Hey, peace to y'all. I was just listening to a number of different topics, but the main topic is being pro-black, as being black.
Yeah, we've been trying to get back to that for about 2 hours.
Yes.
Did you? Okay, so I was just trying. Maybe if you finished it before I got on.
No. You'd actually be revitalizing it. So.
And then I heard the whole rant against the Bronx.
Yeah. It's been Reggie. It's been a rough day. That's all I'm gonna say.
Why didn't everybody tell on Bambaataa? Why? Because everybody else was doing dirt or trying to survive. So
I know. We listen. If you don't mind, we could talk about Bambaataa. We've been talking about Bambaataa for 4 hours and 8 hours yesterday.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about.
Let's talk about pro-black and Blackology. bring
Yeah.
that back
So
into it. So what do you, based on the topic, is being pro-black just blackology in disguise?
it could
Maybe
be.
Logic can explain it to you. They was having a
Love to
conversation.
know Brother Reggie's thoughts.
But I'd actually like to hear
Yeah.
your thoughts
You can't.
on
No,
on
yeah.
that.
Nothing is just one thing. Sometimes it's really a mixture of personalities and socialization. Those that are pro-black, how did they become pro-black is the main question. And then and then for some of those people who became pro-black, they became pro-black because of Blackology. Uh, so what we have is uh, socialization, and we have education, and we have some real life issues and crises. What's affecting a particular community? So I see pro-black people that to me they're just talking about Blackology. If just being black makes you special, some romantic type of superhuman powers, right? I'm black now, so I got superpowers, and I'm charismatic, so I can talk and I can influence people, and I can sound good, and people are saying, yeah, they like my song. This is really just a song. That's what I realized about a lot of the greatest hits of Umar Johnson, right? We got great we got Barry White's and Luther Vandross's and R. Kelly's. A lot of people singing songs uh, because because if you leave the song and go back to their real experiences, right? What they have done, what they have changed, then you find out that it's Blackology, right? Because they haven't done it. They usually just cloak themselves with the heroes and sheroes of people who have actually sacrificed and suffered, or and who died and who've done things to make change. And these charismatic individuals cloak themselves as if it, they're the best articulators of people looking for the right verses for a song. And and then there there the worst is or they're agents or provocateurs, right? Who have agendas, and they contribute to they seem to be pro-black, but it's really Blackology. So Blackology is um, a feeling or uh, that somehow being black makes you superior in itself. Not uh, Blackology is a, a series of rhetoric and ideas that people tack on to structure something that sounds good, but mostly romantic. Blackology. Being pro-black has to do with dealing with people's circumstances in white supremacy and racism, and and being part of solutions. So now that and so the solutions, unfortunately, sometimes they uh, they they without any particular action is just rhetoric, and it goes back to Blackology. So yes, most times being pro-black is just Blackology, and we can look at what's on YouTube and the people that talk about it. The other group is the people who are just trying to line their pockets. It's the new drug. It's Blackology is our drug on social media. It's it's our currency on the drug, meaning economic part of the drug, and some psychosis. And that's our new drug on social media. But uh, look, as much as we think we're being heard, there are other ideas that are on YouTube and social media that outrank and make you wealthier, right? But those there are groups of people who are trying to gain in influence. So then you have fads. You have like the FBA groups and the ADOS groups. Those are fads, right? They're not even right now in the last 3, 4 months, 6 months. Maybe they've been running out of steam, right? They've been running out of steam because there's no solutions backed by that. We have other type of fads on. You could say Kemet. You could say Kemet is a fad, right? The people that talk about that. I just happen to academically have done that for many years, so I try to correct misconceptions before they become major cults and things like that. That's really some of my purpose. My purpose is I don't care really to my own studies is my own studies. If I want to publish it, I'll publish it. Uh, I'm not trying to build a following on that. I never did. I'm just trying to say the truth. But I find that, uh, you know, you wanted to know this stuff might end up, you might taking a $4,500 trip to Egypt. It really costs uh, $1,200, right? Or $1,400, but you're gonna pay $4,500 to be blessed, all right? Or to be with a group of people that you think is like-minded to do things that you could do in a club, because that's it's party entertainment, right? I was laughing. One group they wanted to take people on it was going to be a kind of trip cruise, and then on a cruise there was this whole thing where you can dress up as your favorite Egyptian, your favorite Egyptian hero,
That's
and I
wild.
was like, oh, so you're doing cosplay, right? But I'm the big enemy because I'm the
What are
one.
we talking about?
No, no,
You didn't. All you gotta do is
Chef might be your mortal enemy,
no.
no.
bro.
Um, I like what Reggie said.
Chef
I like
might
what
be.
Reggie
Hey,
said.
Reggie, if you are Batman, I'm gonna go ahead and say Chef is Joker, bro.
No,
I like what Reggie said. But he's being very contrarian in what he's saying about Blackology.
Oh, and here we go. Go ahead, brother.
No,
Go ahead, Mr.
I agree
Jefferson.
with a lot of what he said, but he's being
What's the
contrarian.
contrarian part?
The contrarian part is when he refers to Blackology. He's trying to make a distinction that Blackology is actually black, what's it, pro-black without representation. So if we said it's pro-black without representation or without activism, that means 90% of people are Blackologists. So
yeah.
that made the definition contrarian because I'm trying to say that listen, the distinction that we're trying to generate between Blackology and pro-black does not really exist. It's a fabrication of our mind. The terminology Blackologist was created to minimize people like Reggie. Because when Reggie goes into certain groups or certain arenas, he is referred to as a Blackologist. And we know that
Right.
for a fact. There's no denying that. But Reggie will come to this group now and tell you that I'm not a Blackologist. I'm actually pro-black. The statements that I've made in the past, right? He may not have lied. He may be truthful in everything that he says. But when he enters certain arena, those people in the arena still think of him as a blackologist. So there's no factual definition for blackologist. I realized that he was trying and he was giving a lot of effort to say what a blackologist is. And he fell on the fact that he said, listen, it is being pro-black without representation.
Oh, I don't. Yes, I'm labeled. I'm labeled as a Kemet, a Kemetic, uh, but that's not true. But I'm labeled as a Kemetic. I was on a show the other day.
Pseudo.
Huh?
Mhm.
I was on a show today and the other day, and I was talking about uh, John Edmonstone, who taught Darwin, and I was trying to
Blackologist.
taxidermy and taught him about traveling and getting evidence. And I was called a black. I was called that that well, a couple people said that was Blackology, because I was just mentioning a black man that contributed to Charles Darwin. I don't
Beautiful.
disagree. I don't disagree with Stupides. There's no reason to disagree. It just has something to do with how I articulate myself and how I look at other people as they I mean you some people are talking about things in ancient Africa for history's sake, but then trying to mix it in as into their own personalities like they really care about black people, right?
Have
And
you ever been called pseudo?
oh yeah, you call me pseudo.
Beautiful.
Right.
So,
So terms like
Blackology.
blackologist and pseudo is
Right.
thrown around.
Yeah,
Now, I'm proposing that we can now throw the word pseudo away.
no,
I think it's been overused. I think the pseudo killers cannot be called pseudo killers anymore.
Okay.
Because everybody has levels of pseudoisms to them. You dig what I'm saying?
well,
So
in
yeah.
general, the facts that they well, Chef,
Hey, Reggie. Just let me just say something to you. Before you, I know nobody warns you, but I'm gonna do it. Just step lightly, right? And when you do it, you might just nod your head and agree on this one. Pseudo is a word we probably should get rid of. But if you want to partake in this conversation, go ahead. But it's gonna be rough waters to have this conversation. That's all I'm gonna say. So just can't
yeah.
say you're not warned. I just put that out there.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing is, the problem is when you wrap yourself and your organization and your group around the word, that's the problem. Uh, I was one of the first people who used the word pseudo and pseudo. You do know that, right? Right? When I was more on the debate scene, right? And so before it was a thing, I used it. Uh, I used it to say that the information that people are putting together, though it sounds good, is false. It's falsifiable and false. So I'm one of the people who use the term in the community uh in my talks. And I think that we could still use it, but now it has much more. It may be overused. It's overused to say that one group has more facts than another group, and but now it falls on deaf ears because the pseudos are not going to die, right? I mean, I was on Soneta's show, uh, listening to all type of craziness from people in the open panel, right? All false, showing the Gobekli Tepe uh, uh, wall and saying that that came from Napa Playa. Nobody
Anunnaki.
stopped. I just heard so much. I just couldn't take it no more. Then I heard this rant by some woman uh, talking about how much the Bible has saved us and the Christians and the Africans won't feed you, but the Christians will feed you.
Hey
And I was,
Reggie, can I ask you a question?
oh,
Does just Puritan um to, does just Puritan experts and scientists make you not pseudo?
uh,
So if your
no,
argument is just a parrot, right? Read something that an expert says, right? Or scientific information, and then somehow that alleviates you from being a pseudo, but you can call everybody else pseudo. But the only thing you did was parroted some information.
yeah. What happens in academia is that's when you're stuffing citations and stuffing references, and you can fail out, or you get kicked out by overstuffing it, especially when you yourself didn't read it. Now, if you read it, then what is your whole literature review? what is the someone that you're citing said this. That just because it's cited does not necessarily mean it's true. So what are the antitheses of the citation? If you hide that, then to me, I because I've worked around academics. Then then you kind of like laughed at. You missed that. What's your literature review? What's the con? So you're right to bring that. You're right to bring that up. That does not necessarily mean that what what you are bringing up is correct or um, false in itself. Um, Dr. Inky will bring up a palette in the late phase of Egyptian of tools that they used in surgery to say that they always used all of these tools. And even if they do use these tools, right, would these tools adapt to things like open heart surgery or were they ambulatory type uh, instruments, bone cutter saws and tweezers and things like that. Um, but they will say that well Egyptians were experts in yeah they did warfare they was expert um, in trying to save people but uh, is this how this work into actually being uh, real preventive medicine and stuff like that, right? So I deal with it all the time, and I get the oohs and the ahs, and I get the hatred. I get the oohs and the ahs on against me, and I get the hatred. Uh, but all I just pretty much say when I'm talking generally, like I'm talking, is that if I'm incorrect, I'm incorrect. I've just been around. I've been around some of the best scholars, some of the super pseudos in the community. I have the most experience, I think, of a lot of people. And then I look at some of you. Uh, I applaud you for even entering this space. Uh, and I don't know why some of you do because most of the people here are more financially successful than the rest of the people in the community. You have real jobs, real businesses, right? And I guess it's just your club because you're the rich list, right? It's just your club of saying, you know what, these people are crazy, and we're going to spend some time analyzing it. Um, and so I applaud you because this don't float your boat. This don't feed your families. This don't buy your cars and your houses and your businesses and it pay your taxes. This don't do none of that for you. But you do it because I guess, a public interest. It's you want to have some vehicle out here to analyze
Reggie,
what.
you just said a lot. Like you be dropping some shit, and I don't even think you know half the time that you actually be shining a light on some shit.
Yeah, I'm older.
Logic, did you hear that shit?
What he say?
Oh man. Listen, I hope that's recorded. He's basically saying that
No, I'm
Go
just
ahead.
saying y'all don't have to do
Go
this.
ahead, Chef. Go ahead, Chef.
it's crazy.
Go
No,
ahead, Chef.
he's basically, saying how, this just a little hobby, for
Yeah.
us. But he's saying there's people in the community, like in the House of Consciousness, and those people that we generally call pseudos, they're actually trying to make money off of what they're peddling. You dig what
Making
I'm
a
saying?
living. A living.
Is
Yeah,
that
that
for real?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No,
So
no way. I
Yeah.
gotta,
I
because there's
guarantee
no,
you, Inky got a book or something he trying to sell.
You got 4 books. I
right,
mean,
but
I,
you
one
ain't
for
gonna make
me.
no, substantial. I mean, if you understand finance
it
at
might
all,
be
you're not
something,
making
but it
those.
might be substantial to them. Some of these niggas just trying to feed themselves. You know,
Yeah,
some of these
that's
niggas just
true.
trying to feed themselves.
That's true. That's true. I can't argue that. I can't argue that. But I mean, any kind of thriving, and I mean, I've looked at damn near the whole thing. There's no one in here
and I don't know how much Sonetta makes, but outside of him, I don't think anybody in the conscious community, maybe the nigga from Jersey, not the nigga from Jersey, I ain't gonna say it like that, because I actually did business with him. Captain, I think he's probably making enough to thrive. You know
No,
what
he
I
has a
mean?
real
Off his,
job.
yeah,
Captain is a
yeah,
real IT. He's a
right,
real
yeah.
IT
No, but
person.
I'm talking about just off his YouTube endeavors, turning that
No, he
into
doesn't. He
a.
gives it to his school. He doesn't make money off of that for the most part.
Oh, okay, so that's like so Hebrew Israelites, they can't gain profit from
Well, a
streaming.
certain amount of money that they, but he does a lot of stuff for free. Like he doesn't do a lot of paid debates and stuff. He
No,
don't
I
do.
ain't talking about paid debates, Reggie. There are times when you'll look, and the only reason I'm saying that is because he's from Jersey. I broke bread with Captain before, supported his oil business, his oils business, in the name of his dad. He's from
Yeah,
East Orange,
coal gas or something like that.
right?
Yeah.
So he's marketed that out to a separate business.
Yeah.
When you're streaming, when you streaming from the car, if he's monetized, this is daily, 400 or 500 people watching.
Oh, it goes to the school.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Congrats
see,
to him and his school.
they actually have a school. They have to pay rent, right? They have to pay real rent. That's $2,000 to $3,000 a month, right? Real rent. It's on about 126th, 127th Street, in the Madison side, on the east side.
That's decent commercial property though.
Yes, it's a first floor commercial property. They got to pay real rent.
But aren't they a nonprofit though?
They still got to come up with the money.
No. I'm not saying I don't got to pay bills, but and I know nonprofits. If you smart, you could turn that into something fairly lucrative as far as salary. Well, I ain't trying to mess up.
Well,
I'll just know you understand what I'm saying, and I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So I think he's doing it for his cause. Some of these things people believe that this changed their lives and can change others. And they have been around for a long time, incorporated. I'm not just talking about Captain Captain Tazariak's New York version of ISUPK. I'm talking about ISUPK in general. It's a real nonprofit organization. They feed people.
I know. I'm aware.
But getting off of that.
So wait. Don't, before you go somewhere else though. Because I kind of want to go to what Chef's point is. So would you agree that pretty much the majority of the people, or overwhelming majority of the people, they're just pretty much doing this as a hobby, not as nothing serious?
No, it's an opportunity. It's like rap, hip hop and rap. It's an opportunity for you to be one of the rappers, right? Hopefully,
that's even worse, Reggie.
Hopefully, you can get picked up by.
Reggie be talking that shit, y'all.
Yo, that's even worse now. No, I just caught that one. Okay, I'm out the way. I'm out the car.
So you're just in the community of like early hip hop. You're trying to get a name in the game, and you're trying to get a hit. And then once you get a hit, you don't realize that listen, you're not going to be a Sonetta. You're just not. Sonetta's roots is in the people that joined early, right? In this thing called YouTube, right? And Sonetta has the numbers, right? So when I remember, I had a YouTube page. The only person who probably had a YouTube page earlier than me is maybe Ankh, but I had a YouTube page 15, 16 years ago, right? Now I put some things on it, but then I realized that if I wanted to make a hit, it'd be better for me to not fight the numbers, but to be on how can I say, Sonetta's compilation, right? So that I can get my name out, right? my work because no one knew me. Didn't matter what I say, nobody knew me. Now you have whole group of new rappers, right? Who have less skills. I'm old school rap, right? Now you got drill music in the conscious community. You got everything that you have in rap in the conscious community right now, right? And that's what it is right now. I applaud you because almost all of you have real jobs, real experiences. This is not a hobby for you. This is some uncomfortability. Like you're uncomfortable about what's happening, right? And y'all see it for what it is. People, this is hip hop. This is rap. This is this is, and there's going to be a lot of failures, a lot of disasters. The same thing we see with P Diddy or Kelly. You see with young Pharaoh. You see with Umar. You see the crash and burn. It mirrors that because this is unfortunately black behavior. It mirrors all the other genres that we had, uh, jazz, um, bebop.
Did anybody get shot yet?
Um,
That's the next level.
no, yeah, it's coming. It's coming. People have been slapped. People have been slapped. People have been punked out. Um, uh, some people have been extorted, meaning you told something personally about your life, or they find out and they use that to extort you. Has somebody been shot per se? No, but I guess I'm one of the closest people that people just don't like me. Like really don't like me. Like I'm talking about really don't like me because I'm talking about their God and they can't do nothing about it. Not just I'm not just talking about their God. I'm talking about it's a freaking fairy tale. And watch this. It's not just the Christians and the Hebrews. It's the Comedics too, right? So people hate me all the way around because I'm not part of any clique. If you're gonna say that you're reading some spells from
Why
ancient
you talking
Egypt,
about Jabari like that?
if you're gonna read, it's not just Jabari. Jabari, you gotta understand. I've been around here a long time. Jabari is fairly new. He's a creation of Sinetta in the sense of popularity. He's before him. There were other groups of people. So y'all just think that's because that's somebody that you know. I'm talking about all of them. I'm talking about um, Ashby and there's Asar Set. I'm talking about Baba Heru. I'm talking about all of this, almost all of the shrines. Some I respect more than other. I respect Infadishi. I respect Asar and Ka. Uh, because at least I know that they can read it, right? And read it very well. So when I speak to them and have critiques, they listen to me based on what I am saying about the critique. Then it's the people who can't read, right?
Can Jabari read? Can Jabari read?
Uh, well,
No, it's
you can
wife code.
listen
It's
to the
ex-wife
debate.
code.
The what, Stu?
It's ex-wife code. But Jabari couldn't read the glyphs. And that's one of the things that Reggie had a problem with the original. Yes, yes, yes.
No, I read, okay, so some listen, like I said, the shrimp, the, I critique them. So that means I can at least go and talk to him and have a civil conversation about that. You don't have to talk to somebody. Yes, I can speak. Yeah, Infanticius is a great. One of the things about him is he's a great storyteller. Like he's really
Hey, Reg, have you
theatrical.
seen Infodishi do karate? He looked like Dolomite doing the karate, man. Have you seen that?
Infadici, let me tell you something. First of all, Infadici is roughly anywhere between 78 to 79 years. Oh, he's not from the Bronx. He's from Jersey. at least 5, 6 years ago, I was seeing Infidisi doing backflips. I can tell you this, that he and how can I say, in the 90s, Infidisi was kind of like a master martial artist. No matter what you think, he could pluck your eyes out before you can blink. He's very fast. He's
Wasn't
like
he the
one of
one
those
that got
people.
beat up on
Huh?
video? Wasn't he the one that got beat up on video?
Reggie,
That
I
was it.
seen that man get his ass whooped on video.
That
Yeah,
was Sharif
Infidisi.
Bey.
What
That
you
was
about?
Sharif Bey.
That was
Oh,
Sharif
That
Bey.
was
that was
Sharif
Sharif.
Bey?
My apologies. My
Okay.
apologies.
That
Yeah,
was
I'm
And
Sharif
sorry.
and
Bey.
but
My bad. My
To
bad.
Howard's
My
point,
bad, Reggie.
he does kind of look like
You said
I
that
get
this
that.
man could do backflips at 75 years old, Reggie?
He was doing backflips at 75. Yeah. I didn't say that. I don't even know. I don't even
the
know.
logic. He don't play fair.
No, no.
He said
Actually,
no. He said
no.
no.
Actually, that's the funny thing is, um, how can I say?
Y'all fucking
I
crazy.
know his daughter. I know who his son is. I know he was married for a while, and I met some of his companions over the years. I'm saying over the years, the man was listen. He was in Malcolm X's organization, Afro American Unity, as a young person. Like that's how old Infantisi is, right? Um, look, I mean, everybody has. Uh, how can I say dealing with women and stuff like that? That's as long as you don't mistreat them, right? That's just what that's just human nature. But outside of that, I said that I could talk to him about particular things in the community. But I don't agree with the flying and UFOs, and I don't agree with that. But that doesn't make him he's he's not the worst. He's not the worst. There are people who he's a
Saying
commit
someone is not the worst is you're basically saying that they're bad. Right. They're just not the worst.
in some regards I don't agree with some of the things, but I know he's a great storyteller and I know he's a very electric speaker. And I but I don't agree sometimes with the overemphasis of some of the stuff, but at least we could talk and we could talk. I could talk to him. Not that it has any merit, it's going to change anything, but we can have a conversation, right? And that's just like with anybody. Like we
Reg, is
talk,
he overemphasizing on purpose, or is that just what he
he's a
believes?
storyteller. He's a theatrical person. That's
Oh, so
how
he's doing it on purpose. Got
that's how that's how he presents. Okay, he's a very electric speaker, but he doesn't do no harm. You could do all of that stuff, right? Like it's just like a rapper. Remember, I said rap and hip hop. Most rappers and hip hop. Well, it'd be how can I say? What I'm saying is that you can find people talking to mummies. You can find people talking to walls. I've been in museums where people put their in Kemet where people put them hands on the wall and try to communicate. I've been in the King's Chamber in the pyramid where people were lining up to get inside the coffin, lining up, and it's not just black people, it's white people lining up to get into the Egyptians, most of them were very small. So you're talking about 4 feet, 4.5 feet, 5 feet, and somebody's in a coffin with their knees sticking out, with their hands across their chest, trying to commune with the cosmos. I've
Was
seen
there anybody from the Arm and Raw squad?
The Amin Ra squad. I mean, you have different characters. You have Asar, Imhotep,
Did you
right?
see Asar try getting the casket of King Tut?
No, Asar is very polished. Asar Imhotep is a very polished person. Now, Ujawu, he was with Dr. York. He was with Dr. York for many years, right?
Allegedly.
No, allegedly nothing. He was on a panel. He was on a panel defending Dr. York, saying why Dr. York is not guilty. Y'all never saw that
Yeah, I know he worked on his case. I know that he worked on his case.
until he couldn't do it anymore, and then he changed his name. He became someone else, and he became someone else, and then
Oh yeah, see that wasn't Wu Jiao, that was Impu.
yeah, it wasn't the same person. Chef
Yeah, that
just
was
did that.
Impu.
Watch this. Chef just did that. He did the same thing. He did a human transformation in 5 seconds. That wasn't. Watch this. Shepard said that
Brother
wasn't
Reggie,
him.
since everybody
That was,
picking your brain, I got a question for you. If you could start, and I'm not going to say all over, but in the internet, age, like a new channel or different social media, if you could start over, what would you keep the same, or what would you do different as far as like content, messaging, um, things like that? Like
I'm
if
trying to.
tomorrow, if at midnight nobody would know who you were, and you could hit the scene tomorrow, what would you do? Different
I'll put more emphasis on the Black City
or the same?
plan. I would try to put more emphasis on the Black City plan.
Even that Black City plan you wrote, Reggie. I might have to sit down and really go through that because you really believe that shit. You must have put something in there. It got to be something in that motherfucker.
Yeah,
Or you
I
crazy?
would put more emphasis on that. And I would try to, if I can, early on, I would try to talk to people like y'all and just say, listen, what is economically possible and beneficial? Because guess what? Money never cheats, y'all. Money never lies, right?
Did we
If you
lose
have
him?
a successful business,
Maybe
you
busy.
ain't got to argue with people.
Every time I listen to you, Reggie, I learn more and more about what a great hustle fucking state New York is. You basically saying all this shit is a fucking hustle. These dudes are I'm putting words in your mouth. You didn't say this. This is what I'm getting from you. These dudes are hustling black people from California, New York, from Florida to Washington. And Sonetta is one of the biggest vehicles to let them do it. And also the dudes behind the scenes like King Simon and all these promoters and shit to get them going around the goddamn country. Am I getting that correct, Reggie?
Well, I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't say it. Uh, I would say I would agree for the most part, but I would just say Sonnet is running an information business, just like any other. That's his business. That's his personal business, and he's running information business. And you can get some positive things, and you can get some negative things. You can get the pushback. Like they used to call me if somebody was going too wild. They say, "Reg, is this right? Is this? What do you think about this, Reggie? Because we can't talk to some of the big elders, and some of our big elders get compromised with the dollars. See, I could tell you about the lecture
So
circuit.
from his last two shows, I think they must have stopped calling you because
No,
these niggas get on there and say anything.
it's also my choice because yeah, I'm on that show. Yeah, and but again, here's the thing: is like all of these businesses, all of these. Listen, I mean, look, I'm happy for Sonetta. He has more than 300,000 followers on 2 pages, right? He's an influencer. He could put positive news on, or he could put he could do what he want, right? And so he's pretty much unstoppable, right? He has he can put on debates. He's run a successful business, right? And I give it to him. Now,
Who would you consider the most positive person the Sonnet has had on his show and push?
no,
I'm
no,
just
I'm on the
a-
show.
I'm just asking the
I'm
question.
positive. I'm on the show. I'm positive.
Well, you see how they
It
did
would be
you, Reggie.
Jabari. It would be Jabari, hands down.
I'm positive, so
What'd you say,
I can
Chef?
say I can just say that the community with what?
Jabari would be the most positive brother
Yeah, I'd
that's
say
been
so.
on the House
And
of
that, and
Cards.
and that and that's a goddamn shame.
No,
Yeah,
between
No,
him and
not
Reggie,
me.
it would be
You pushing
Between
this
him and
guy for
Reggie.
I'm
Jabari?
just saying
Reggie.
I'm just saying that's a goddamn shame because when Reggie makes these comments about Egypt, Chef, he's speaking about Jabari.
Yeah,
And I
but he
agree.
said
I fully
he
agree
has
with Reggie.
positive.
No, but I fully agree with Reggie that you shouldn't have to pay $5,000 to take your ass over there on a tour to Egypt when it don't even cost that much and you ain't getting that. You're not getting out of it what you think you about to get other than some clout and talking to money and shit. Huh?
yeah.
No,
But
you got
wasn't Dr. Ben and them doing that? Hold on. But Dr. Ben and them was going towards the Egypt also. You
I
know,
don't think it was for $5,000.
No, it
yeah, that
wasn't.
was in the 80s, but it was still profitable.
No, but see,
It was,
I did see. Watch this. Dr. Ben's biggest business was his job, right? His job, and second, his publishing. Third, no, because no, it's not that. And third, he might do one or two trips to Egypt, and they will always be, how can I say, the profit was so maybe he might make $500, $300 at that time, and it wasn't as popular. His trips weren't popular. He was taking 70 people, 60 people. These people, some of these people taking 200 people, right? 200 people, 300 people. This house money. Yeah, because he was always going to Egypt. This was his life.
Reggie, is Jabari a Ghanaian prince? Chief. Is he a Ghanaian chief, Reggie? Reggie?
Well, people do not know I was a part of the Back to West Africa movement. I was one of the pioneers. I went in '86 when nobody was going with Dr. Clark and Dr. Jeffries, right? We were the ones who created the roadmap. After that, I did 5 years of tours myself, taking people to West Africa, right? 5 years. You don't know that, right? But I did. And then it was taken over by Ghana bought his own airline. We used to take care of them. Then they moved to Air Ghana. Then they did Panifest, and then that's when we were all kicked out of the process. They didn't need us no more. So then they were doing musical shows. That's Stevie Wonder and Gary Bird, and then that's when West Africa became really popular in the early 2000s, right? So we used to do trips, educational trips, and so I had a nonprofit, so we weren't trying to be profitable. We was just trying to have enough money to continue the process until that was kind of taken over, right? I, that but so I did that, and then in '87 when I went to Egypt, yeah, I went to Egypt with 1,000 people, but that was an organization that had its uh the grandest conference ever. That was 1,000 people. But prior to that, the trips were relatively small. And then after that, Dr. Ben got sick. He actually had a stroke in Egypt. And then other people started duplicating Dr. Ben's trips because they knew the roadmap. And it became very, very lucrative because now you have new people who are much more charismatic than Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben is very difficult. He's a good speaker, but he had an accent, a heavy accent, right? So, but then you
Well, I'm
have,
taking that as a no.
Say what?
The question I'm saying I'm taking your answer as a no because you never. I don't know.
No, they
But
don't. No, once
brother
you
Yo,
Reggie,
yo, yo, yo.
hold on, let me ask Reggie a question. Reggie, if it's a hustle now, what was it originally? If it was it always a hustle? Did it turn into a hustle,
no,
or did it
first it
start
was
off as something
no, first it was just
more benevolent and then turn into a hustle?
it was a combination between education and Blackology. No,
That,
because
that
it
sound
wasn't
like
money being
like a
made. It
hustle,
wasn't a
bro.
lot of money being made. Like you got to pay the airlines first. You got to pay the hotels
So
first.
if it's a hustle, did it start off
70
as a hustle?
people, $300. I
Huh?
don't
No, I
know,
ain't talking
man.
about the trip to Egypt. I'm talking about the whole, the whole
The trip
conscious
that I
community
went
thing,
to Egypt on
Right.
10-day tour, the 10
not
day tour
necessarily
that
like
I went
a
in
particular trip or person.
1987, right? It cost they were charging $1,200 for the 10-day tour. That meant hotel, flight, and being on the tour, the buses. $1,200. That was the
Yeah,
price.
but if he made $300, but he goes free, right? All his accommodations, flight, all that is
Yeah,
free,
he
right? The,
factors that
the tour
in, of
guide.
course.
Yeah,
Who's
and
gonna
it's
No, it was
packaged.
not
It's
hustle.
packaged. But it's packaged. That's a hustle. Because those travel agencies, they'll put it in a group package. Yeah, like come on. If it's
No,
70
no.
people,
Hey,
buy
I've
a
been
tour
traveling.
package,
Listen,
bro,
you're
listen,
making
listen,
money. You're making
listen,
money.
listen.
That,
No,
that,
he's not making
that's
money.
great.
before
He's
this
not
go off
making
the
money.
Gosh,
rails,
I
before
don't
this go
know.
He's
off
not
the
making money,
rails, hold
but
on.
Yeah,
our white counterparts, our
he
white
wasn't making
counterparts
money.
that was doing tours was charging double at that time.
Yeah, he
But
wasn't making money. If you've been traveling for as long as that, $1,200 at that time to go to Egypt, he wasn't making any money. He was accommodating people. He wasn't making any money. Go back and look at the cost of the airfare and the cost of the hotel. Although it was the 80s and $1,200 sound a
But
lot of
he
money.
ain't never paid though.
Yeah.
He never
yeah,
paid
but
No,
for
but
his
wasn't
he
it?
made, all right, let's say
he
he
never
got his
paid for
trip free.
nothing. That's money. That
No, no,
is
no, but
value.
He
That's
but
he
not
could
value, Stu.
So you can't make money on your endeavors.
I didn't say that.
But even if you're booking for 100 people at $1,200, when we talk about money, because our brass in the room here, when I talk about money, I'm not talking about at the end of a trip I may make a $2,000. I'm talking about the money like what Jabbar making at the end of the $5,000 trip. Jabbar making $300,000 because they're making $1,000 off everybody who's going near there. That is money for his 10 days. If Jabbar make 10 days and he makes $300,000, he make $1,000 off everybody who
Jabari's
goes with
not
it.
doing that
That is
big of
money.
a trip.
That is
Jabari's not
money.
doing that big a trip, but there are others that do
Yeah,
big trips.
other people going on trip where they're making
If
$1,000 off each
Jabari
person,
makes
and they can't do.
$100,000 off of an Egypt trip, that nigga intelligent.
Yeah,
And
he's
I
making
fuck
money.
with it. That is
He's making money.
awesome.
He's not doing that. Jabari,
yeah,
If you,
Jabari,
this is good.
well, but he wasn't making any real money. We're talking about money. We're talking about money. He
okay.
wasn't making any
But
real
let's get
money
to the
like
main
that.
point. Let's get off of the people who. Let's get to the point. Is the problem is the majority of those people, they come back with new feelings and new ideas, and because they went on a fresh trip. But educationally, uh, it would be if all the people that went to these places came back, where are they educating? They're not educating. So it's just a personal,
It's a grit. It's a grift.
it's not, it's a
It's
personal,
a personal. Go ahead. What is it?
All
Yeah,
right.
it's like
When
going on the tours
if
like
I got
going
the
to
house,
Hawaii.
No. Let him finish. Go ahead.
It's
My
like
apologies.
going to Hawaii or anything
Hold on.
like
I didn't
that.
say let y'all finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
It's like any other. It's like you go on a tour to France. You go on a tour to Spain or
to the
Portugal,
house.
right? You went on a tour. You come back. You have life experiences. Okay. Educationally, you can learn more in our cities, going to museums and going to conferences, than you can learn directly on a trip. The trip might verify some things but you can learn more here. It's just that some people have the money and they want to go.
Brother Reggie, the reason why I say it's a grift though, grifts are when you portray yourself as a businessman and a capitalist, it's not a grift. Even trade, nobody, I'm telling you, I'm selling you something that's that. It's a car that drives, right? But if I'm telling you that I'm doing this in the name of the black man and black unity and black people coming together, this, that, and the other, and then I take $5,000 for something that really don't cost that much, it's a grift. Because the only reason I'm doing business with you is not because you some high level tour expert, is because I'm supporting. I feel like I'm somehow changing the black community when in actuality I'm just lining one individual's pockets. So that's the grift. The grift is how it's presented. Like hold on real quick. The grift is how it's presented. Like when you do museum tours, right?
I don't do too many anymore.
Well, you used to do museum tours, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. When you did those museum tours, did you take? Just give me an idea without exposing too much. Would you? How much over the cost of what it cost was you making per se?
Percentage, right? 200%, 300%.
Yeah, like what was your profit margin? What was you trying to leave? Were you trying to make a boatload of money, or were you saying that I'm trying to educate people and I'm paying people? I'm charging you basically for my time.
So you want to get into my personal business?
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we don't got to do that.
Well, I'll just tell you this. The reason why I don't do it anymore because there was never any money in it, and so I hardly ever was I'm profitable. I would spend 3 hours on my feet going through maybe 200 objects, right? And end up maybe with $15 a person.
Yeah, see.
Right?
But now, if you had the opportunity to charge $2,000 a person, but you're not saying that this is the Reggie business, you saying that I'm trying to give you a connection to the hieroglyphs or whatever the fuck.
That's what some people do.
Right. If you're doing that, then that's a grift.
Yeah.
It's not in the name. It's not in the almighty name of something else. It's just a business. You just calling it something else so you can get bread. That's a grift.
Right. Like the Jehovah's Witnesses. The Jehovah's Witnesses, they do tours almost every day at the Met. Now, these are Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't care nothing about you. But they charge maybe about $50 to $60 a person. I only charged the charge was $20 to $25 a person.
Right? Rich, can I ask you a question while we on the Met, real quick? I don't know if I'll ever get a chance.
Real quick, since we're asking Reggie a lot of questions, then I'm gonna go ahead and say something. Drop the man some bread. If it's cool, we ask him a bunch of questions, but drop him $10. If everybody do that, you get a couple, $60, $70, something like that.
I haven't seen $20 from this show. Besides Brass and Logic, they're the only person in Logic don't give me no more money. He got mad at me. So between Brass and Logic, I ain't seen no money. Did we win the Civil War? Because I ain't seen no money since the Civil War.
Wow. Reggie, if it's gonna turn into ask Reggie questions, just drop him some bread.
I sent Reggie a gift card.
I will. Let me get one question.
Okay, that's cool. I'm not pressuring nobody, but I know how that feels when it's like, Reggie, let me ask a question. Chef got me ask you a
Man,
question.
I got a
You
call
end
for
up,
this nigga.
I may
you end
3
up
never,
months,
I
doing a
may never
show and
get it.
shit. Yeah, and you
3
I may
months
never.
never
free
get a
chop suey.
chance. Reggie, I went to the Met, right? I went to the Met. This
Yes.
was a couple of years ago. Why do they have the Greek Egypt and the other Egypt separate in the Met, or do they still? I don't know if they still have
Well,
it.
they have two Greek sections. They have a Greek section that is just in the country of in the country of Greece, in that area, right? So they have that section in the middle, right? And then they have the Ptolemies, which were Greek people in Egypt. So they have that in the Egyptian wing because they actually lived in Egypt. So they do geographically. So it's geographical. It's
I mean, but the
geographic.
way it's set up, well, when I went, when you come out of the Egypt thing, and you, I don't remember, it's like a right, and you make
Yeah,
another right,
near
and
the
there,
bathrooms, near the bathrooms.
right, and there
Right,
was the Greek Egypt stuff.
right, because
And the first
they
statue I
lived
saw
in.
was a pearl white Egyptian
Yeah, they lived in
statue.
Egypt. Those were Greeks
Uh-huh.
that lived in Egypt. So that's why it's like that. They were
Okay.
kings. The Ptolemies were kings. Alexander was a king, and the Ptolemies, they were kings of Egypt.
But why aren't those white statues ever brought out in any other Egyptian shows out there?
They are. Go
Oh,
there
they
all the
are
time. They had
porcelain white looking statues. I mean, they look very
yeah,
white, Reggie. You know that.
yeah.
Good.
They have whole sarcophaguses of white people.
No, I know. I understand. I'm saying, why is that never brought out on some of these shows about Egypt?
Because that was late Egyptian.
I
Egypt was
understand.
falling. They didn't do they extended it for their purposes of Europe, but they never made any great achievements. They
I
just
understand, but a lot of time when they're giving information, Jabari and guys, they don't give us whether it's from early Egypt, late Egypt, middle. They don't
but you
give
got to
that.
know
They
how to
give.
ask them. You gotta well, not you, but generally, like when Jabari talks about the magical stela of Horus, right? Where Horus is just not Horus, he's Horocrates. This is in the late period. This is a new
That's Greek.
Horus, right? Yeah, this is a new Horus. This is not the old kingdom, middle kingdom Horus. This is a new Horus. This Horocrates, right? And he is the instead of the defender of his the avenger of his father, he's the savior, right? So that is just part of Jabari's thinking. Now Horus is the savior like Jesus Christ, but that's only in the late period. So that's what and then once you leave that statue, then you're into the more into the Greek, how the Greeks took their ideas and fused it with Egypt, right? It's still Egypt, but they fusing their ideas, and those things go into Coptic magic, and then you have the Hellenistic period. So so getting back to it, um, information is the new hip hop. There's lots of information, just not the comedic information. It's overdone Christian information, overdone Hebrew, right? So it's just not Kemet. It's the Hebrews and the Christians got superpowers now. They're infallible, right? I mean, they're the Holy Ghost. They're the ones who really fly around like angels, right? So that is extended to ancient Egypt. And then now, so now there's people who make some. Well, you only make the real money if you get them out of this country, right? Because you that's the only time you make the real money. But our lecture series, what we do in our lecture series, well, these are where people do shows where they have vendors and they have lectures, right? And that's how Umar got, how can I say, that's his rise to fame. Because the lecture circuit figured out that Umar is a moneymaker. So they can make money off of Umar. And so that's all of this stuff that's been happening. So after they've done that for many years, they couldn't turn off the switch because they were still making money off of Omar. Omar bring in anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000 an event, right? And so that's just what we call black economics, unfortunately, right? And it has a kind of a, and Blackology. That's where, so I'm getting back to Blackology. Blackology is like music. It can sell. You fill out stadium. You fill a stadium. You got you got 3, 4 exciting speakers. You could charge $75 to $100. Like what do you call it? The meeting of the minds, the masters, the meeting of the masters, and stuff like that. Gee, you could charge. You want to hear what the masters got to say? You could charge $150, $100 per person. That's That's this moving what people learn from the music industry into information. Now you got YouTube. YouTube is the biggest hustler ever. Don't even think about what black folks is doing. YouTube is charging these ads an exorbitant amount of money just to be shown for views and giving the content creators pennies, literally pennies, except for the successful ones. That's the biggest hustle in the world, and we are part of that. Sorry, we are part of that, and we're getting hustled, and they're controlling all of our all of our content, all of it, for nothing, for pennies, and so we haven't figured out. So really, if I had to turn it back, I would put more emphasis on, and at least trying to market in the idea of marketplace of ideas, the Black City Plan, about how we can take more control back of our intellectual property and yeah, and to control, not to control, but to make sure that our endeavors pay us. Because right now, listen, AI is going to take 20 million jobs. Long story short, the Egypt stuff has always been my personal research. Um, I'm really, except for a few more points, I've come to the reality that we need to critique the things that's not working, and we need to find some solutions. I've helped a lot of my teachers, and because I was doing it for educational reasons, but when the profit is, it's not profit. Oh no, but see, that's what you want me to say. See, that's not what I was saying. If you read my work, my work is about civics. The first civilization of civics comes out of places in Africa and not Europe, right? And they mastered that. See, you want me to say something I am not saying.
Blackology.
It's not. It's connected to civics. Oh, no, no. 'Cause I have to
The
say
first
no.
cities, Reggie, the first cities was
No.
actually in Asia. Reggie, the first cities
were actually in Asia and not Africa.
Um, Wait, stop. Who said that?
Different.
Who? Sheffrin said that?
Yes.
The first city was where?
In Asia.
Where in Asia?
I don't know. Mesopotamia.
No.
Mesopotamia. Thank you.
No.
Mesopotamia.
No.
Yes, sir.
Old
Yes,
Kingdom,
sir.
pre-dynastic Egypt is
They were
older
walled
than
towns. They wasn't cities.
It's
They were
Uruk.
walled
Yeah,
towns. They
it's
wasn't
Uruk. Hey, Chef,
cities.
it's Uruk in Mesopotamia. That's what it's.
no.
That's what
Thank you.
You can
Thank
look
you.
at the Libyan. You can look at the Libyan palette. You can look at many of the other palettes. Walled. They have walled places, right?
Yes, that's walled towns.
Cuneiform
They're
wasn't
not
even
cities.
being used yet. Right
No.
now, cuneiform wasn't even
But what are
used
you
for
saying?
expression in their pictorial art. You will see wall. You can look up
I'm
the
clear
Libyan
what I'm
palette.
saying.
Anybody pull up the Libyan palette? This is before Mesopotamia and any of that stuff. These people were
No.
writing with chicken scratch.
What's your criteria to be considered something like a city? Because when you ask,
A city, right?
and again, it says Uruk is the first, known old city. So I mean, are you saying Libya? You saying Libya? Somewhere in Libya
So
is
the
the first?
Libyan palette. The Libyan palette talks about a wall and shows wall. First, you got to look at it, right?
A walled town is a city.
Yeah, that doesn't. Does that fit all of the criteria that experts deem a city at that time?
When you see stratified
it has a leader.
workforce, where you see, no, that's not a city.
Listen, hey, Sheffrin.
I'm clear.
Hey, Sheffrin,
I'm saying
you know
the
what?
first
I like you,
cities
Sheffrin.
were in Asia.
Sheffrin, you ain't got no source for that,
man.
Sheffrin. You ain't got no source for that.
I am the source.
Eurasia.
I am the source.
Asia is part of Eurasia. It's whole one continent called Eurasia. So you're kind of like fooling the people. Where in Asia?
I told you Mesopotamia.
Right. So you told me. I heard you. I disagree. I don't know what
Hey,
you're
Chef,
talking
can
about.
y'all give us the criteria? Because I don't know. Can y'all give us the criteria for what makes a
He's talking
city back
about
then?
walled towns. He's talking about walled towns, right? I said a city where you have the stratification of a workforce. You have you have the different enterprises, all of that stuff in a city. That's what I'm talking about. That's what is classified as a city. I'm cutting hair right now. I can't go get no source, but I'm telling y'all he's wrong.
Okay, you telling me I think I've done some research on it. So you want to come back? You want to come back to this? And everybody say
no, we're
that
right.
No, Chevin, you telling me, and I'm
you can kill me right now. You can kill
talk
me
about
right
enterprises in the ancient period. Like, why are you using words like that? Enterprises. Why are you using words like that? I'm saying the concept of a city, right? Those will emerge in the pre-dynastic period, largely in Egypt, right? If they don't have writing, they definitely have pictorial writing. So we know what they mean. The cuneiform that you think all that stuff is chicken scratch. It ain't emerged yet. It ain't emerged yet. So we could come back to it, but now we back into Blackology. Let's move back.
Writing is older in Mesopotamia than it is in Egypt.
Says what?
Says the source. The oldest writing is from Mesopotamia, and they actually went
saying stuff like that. It just it irritates me.
They had pictorial writing, Reggie, before they developed their curing form, right? They had a hieroglyphic style writing, and they had all of that.
I think.
Can I name out the criteria for a city real quick? I'm gonna name it out. I just looked it up right now. It says the criteria for a city is large population concentration, specialization of labor, central authority / government, monumental architecture, record keeping, writing, trade, and economic exchange. Now, is what the location you talk about specifically in Libya, does it fit all of that criteria?
It's called the Libyan palette, and the
And I'm saying
Libyan
wherever it
palette
is, I don't know
in
where it is in Libya. I don't know, but I was just asking.
yeah, no, the Libyan palette describes. First, pull it up. Somebody just pull it up, put it on the screen. The Libyan palette. Just pull it up. Like I can't. Come on.
Is that considered the oldest city amongst like experts, or this is like more so of a opinion thing?
I do think I do the work. Pull up the Libyan palette. Share the screen.
I mean, I can't share.
I mean, you're talking about something that you don't know, and I know. So you never heard about it. So, like, it's irritating. First, know about it before you even want to.
I mean, I heard of it, but I'm not. That still doesn't negate the fact that the consensus is Uruk in Mesopotamia. I mean, so Chef isn't wrong.
Reggie, I think you should have kept the name Doctor. I mean, if Inky can be a doctor, you can, Reggie.